Okay, fuck. Recording start.
Yippee!
Okay, yeah, so I have a little opening narration thing that I wrote. So hi, welcome to the Day of the Rose Sun festival here in Serena. Once every trine, the Sifa clan comes together at their little hub port city to celebrate the changing of the tides and the beginning of their annual voyage to Harar. So, in the past, other clans have never been barred from attending, but this is the first time that the other clans have specifically been invited. And you all, you're not the only non-Siphon guests, but you are the only ones that are personally invited by the royal family as Prince Atja's personal guests. So that is, you have that prestige. So today is going to be a day of new beginning, rebirth, and welcoming the future with open arms. Right now, it's very early in the morning, just before dawn, and the guests are finally arriving. But before we go to meet everybody, we are going to have a little detour to make first in the Mariner's Keep, which, if you look at the map real quick, let me double check. That is going to be in the southernmost part of Serena, kind of to the east. That little bit in the bottom corner. Okay. Right. So we are opening in the Mariner's Study. The Mariner's Study is this large, wide-open room with very high windows, just filled to the brim with books and various treasures from the Mariner's adventures, various trinkets, including a few trophies from animals she's hunted, that sort of thing. And the Mariner herself is this tall, looming, bird-like creature. Right now, she's not dressed in her full, pirate opulence. She's just wearing, a pair of little reading spectacles and, still her night tunic as she sits at her desk, scribbling away. And waiting at the door is our beloved Termal, waiting for a moment to enter. So, Carmo, how would you say Termal is feeling right now, waiting for a moment to speak with her boss?
Nervous.
How nervous do you think Termal is? How visibly nervous do you think Termal would be? That's probably the better question.
If you knew her, it would be obvious.
That's a fair point. That's fair. I'll say, can you go ahead and give me just a quick... You can either do performance or deception, just real quick to see how good Termal is at hiding this from her boss, who probably knows her very well.
Yeah. You said performance or what?
Performance or deception, whatever makes more sense to you.
Well, they're both the same.
And you can say, if you want, you can say it out loud which one you do, or you can say it in your character channel. Fair enough, okay. Alright. Give me that result when... Oh, good. Yeah.
I'm just to actual... There we go.
No, that's fair. That is fair. Oh, nice! Okay. So, Termal is feeling incredibly nervous, but unless you were someone who knows her extremely well, you would not be able to tell she has the perfect poker face. At least for the moment. Okay. So right now, you're kind of hovering near the entryway to the study. It's this huge, large pair of double doors that are slightly ajar right now. Will you just go ahead and step inside, or are you going to wait for the Mariner to notice you and invite you in?
I will wait for an invitation in.
Very understandable, very polite. I'm gonna go ahead, just for fun, real quick. Because I don't use physical dice enough, so I want to do that. Okay. Okay. So also after a few minutes of you standing there waiting for her to notice you, she looks up and kind of squints a little bit through her little reading spectacles, registers fully that you're there, and straightens up and says, "Well, don't just hover there, Gelfling. Come in."
I will enter.
Okay. She will wait for you to get about halfway into the room towards her desk, and then ask, "What do you want? What do you need?"
My lord, I do not make a habit of asking favors of you, but seeing as it was the one explicit invitation I received, I would like to attend the festival with Prince Atja.
She raises an eyebrow at you. "You received an invitation from the prince?" You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
did not pick me up.
Oh, no, yeah, no, it didn't.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Okay. She kind of squints at you a little bit for a second. Go ahead, real quick, give me a persuasion check, and I will go ahead and say, since you look as confident as you do, you will have advantage on it. If you were more visibly nervous, you might have had a harder time with this. Okay, Joey is on his way.
Not 20.
Oh my fucking god.
22 with the bonus.
Holy shit, okay. Yeah, anyway, okay, well, holy shit. Okay, yes, the Mariner stares at you for a moment, and then she'll nod and say, "Alright, well, since you are right, you don't typically ask for days off. Go ahead, I'll allow you to attend the festival. Don't, consider this your day off." And then she kind of waves you away and goes back to work.
Tarbell will bow politely and then walk away.
Alright, so I guess that's that scene. I'll be on, as a fun little peek behind the curtain, if you had rolled poorly on either of those, there would have been a bit more, but Terminal was fully prepared.
Spent all fucking day hyping herself up.
Yeah, all fucking morning she has just been hyping herself up for this. Great. So, you leave to go off and attend the festival, and now we will cut down to the docks. It's still just before dawn. Even this early in the morning, though, the docks are bustling with activity. Gelflings of all ages and sizes are running around, carrying food and decorations and whatever else they need for their last-minute preparations. And others still are just arriving in port in these little dinghies being brought to the docks and helped up. Mostly the guests from the other clans. Say probably about an hour or so till dawn at this point. It's cloudy and it's warm. You can just barely see the three suns perched just below the horizon. There's a gentle breeze blowing through the port, carrying with it the smell of the sea salt and just the excited chatter of all the Gelflings getting ready for what's looking to be perhaps the biggest festival they've had in a long time. And amidst all of the movement, there's one Gelfling standing alone on the docks. He has kind of messy red hair pulled back into a neat little ponytail. He's wearing a bright blue cloak and prim white gloves. He has his hands crossed in front of him, watching the boats with anticipation. Also, hello, Joey! Good morning. Alright, so... So we've already rolled to see who will be introduced first. As he's watching the dinghies approaching the docks and different Gelflings getting out, he sees one of them approach with a Dowson Gelfling and a Groton Gelfling, and visibly perks up as he approaches. And he gently waves off the other Seafin who was helping them out, and goes to help them up himself. And this is Tamid and Cathin. He will reach down and offer a hand to Tamid and help her up, and say, "Oh, it's good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome." Jamie, you good? Sorry, Jamie, if you're talking, we can't hear you right now.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh god.
Oh no. Jamie is
Hell.
just cursed.
Hell on fucking earth every time.
This is just homophobia at this point.
It is. Oh,
Oh my
god.
God.
Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Now that you've hate
Awesome.
crimed us with that noise.
Hey.
Hate
Christ.
crimed.
Oh my god, okay.
Anyway,
Discord really hates you.
but it's
Discord
really
hates.
it's so funny though. But anyway, yes. So you and Cathin are arriving in one of these little dinghies that are bringing all of the guests up to the docks. Atja ran to greet you and is put his hand down for you first to pull you up onto the dock.
Yeah, I'm going to take his hand and I'm going to just like not really use him to get up, but pretend that she's using him to get up.
So
This girl, she doesn't need him, but she's going to, out of politeness, I guess, pretend that she does.
that's fair. Yes, he's offering to pull you up.
My childhood best friend is trying to help me, and I will
Your-
pretend that I need
Your
his help.
bestie.
Yeah.
Just for that, I think he even though it's been a while since you two saw each other, he's probably used to you doing shit like that.
I'm sure.
He pulls you up probably a little bit harder than is necessary, so that you and uses the momentum to pull you into a quick hug.
Aww. Yeah, Tamid will in fact hug him back. She's his friend.
Yeah, that's
Friend is
your
here.
best.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
you'll,
we have a cat joining us.
oh my
Cat,
god,
please.
another cat.
Another one.
Two of them. Yeah. And he beams at you as he pulls back and says, "I'm so glad that you can make it. Welcome." You good?
Oh no, did it die again?
I'm gonna lose my mind. Jamie only gets a certain number of words they're allowed to say before Discord decides to cut them off. Kitty?
Right on my notebook.
Oh my god. She lives here now.
We are blessed.
That's the cat tax.
I know.
And Jamie's paying the gay tax on Pride Month.
Homophobia real.
If it is a bit easier on you, Jamie, if you want, you can just type in the chat for now. If that would be easier on you.
I can't believe Discord is doing this.
Homophobia
Again.
is real. I'm so sorry, Jamie. But yeah.
No.
Oh. Damn, okay.
Yeah,
it's like
sorry.
you got
I'm not
in and
trying
out.
to-
We heard you say no before you left, and that
Yeah.
was really funny.
Oh, okay. So it did maybe work? I'm watching the Discord side screen to see if my name is lighting up, and a lot of the time my name isn't lighting up.
Oh dear.
I'm so. Anyways,
Anyway.
Emmett is she will tell him that she is very excited to see him. She's very happy to be back.
Yay, that's good. Yay. Yep, and after he lets you go from the hug, he will then turn and offer a hand to Catherine to help her up as well.
Catherine does immediately take it. She's very unsettled at being on a big body of water, so she's eager to get out very quickly.
Oh.
You put her on a boat!
It's a port city, what do you want? But yeah, he'll help you up as well, kind of a little more gently than he yanked Tamid up. And once you're up on the dock, he lightly pats your arm to help steady you and says, "And you must be Catherine. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Hi, yes. It's lovely to meet you too. She's
Yes.
kind of stealing glances back in the water, just Snuggle.
Is everything alright?
Yes.
You seem a little nervous, my friend.
I'm not used to lots of water.
Understandable. That's fair. Here. And then he'll not pushing you, but he kind of gently guides you a little bit further away from the edge of the dock.
She eagerly follows.
Aw.
She's enough. I've had enough.
Aw. Well, I'm so glad that both of you can make it. I trust that the journey here wasn't too difficult.
No. Aside
It
from
wasn't terrible.
the water.
Well, I suppose the water cannot be helped, but I'm glad that it wasn't too difficult to make it here. I'm glad. And then lets Catherine go and smiles and pats Tamid on the arm and says, "All right. So if you two wouldn't mind, you can go ahead and follow the crowd over to the Sunrise Hill where we are having the opening ceremony. I'll be joining you both in the moment. I just have 2 more guests to greet, and then I will be with you."
Alrighty.
Right. You must be very busy with all of this.
He laughs a bit. Well, I'm always a little busy, but thank you. But I'll be joining you both for breakfast, and then I'll be heading everyone on the tour. So I will see you shortly.
See you in a bit.
Of course. See you.
Yeah. He will let you go to. You can follow the crowd to actually go to Sunrise Hill, or if you want to just kind of mill about for the moment around the docks, that is also up to you.
I think Catherine's just staring at everything whilst keeping a very decent gap between her and the edge of the docks.
Poor girl. I think Tamid is going to decide that she is hungry, so she is going to grab Catherine's arm and just start walking not so slowly towards the direction of the crowd.
Yeah, it's not hard to see where the crowd is going. They are all making their way towards the northern part of the dock. So essentially you will all be crossing over this bridge to this big hill in the north. That seems to be where most of the Gelflings are gathering at.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Catherine follows very, very quickly. I imagine that she's having to kind of half skip to keep up with Tamid.
That's really cute.
Oh.
Does
Very adorable.
Tamid slow down her stride at all so that Catherine can keep up more easily?
No, I don't. I think she's too in the fact that she's back to actually realize that Catherine is struggling right now.
Fucked
To be
up.
fair, I imagine this is a pretty common occurrence of Catherine wanting to stare at everything whilst Tamid is going, no, we gotta go this way, we gotta go this way.
God.
Yes.
So, if you both wouldn't mind, also, can you both give me a perception check?
Absolutely.
Yes. Cat, will you let me roll the dice?
We'll see.
Perception. That is a 15.
Oh, she did actually move. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you for
How
being
nice.
nice. She's being lovely today. Let me... I need to remember what things add to that. Hold on.
It's okay, no problem.
Perception, you said?
Yep.
Is a wisdom. So that's 17.
Okay. All right. As both of you are walking away, seeing all the sights and sounds and the dozens upon dozens of gelflings all running around, as you leave, you see Atja standing, still waiting by the docks, fidgeting a little bit with his gloves. But then very quickly he is lost in the crowd of just so many people milling about. I cannot emphasize enough how busy the docks are right now.
Yeah. There's just so many people.
But since both of you rolled well, you do not lose each other in the crowd at all. You can stay together just fine.
Oh, thank God.
And probably helped by the fact that even though it's been many, many trines since Tammin was last here, she grew up in this city for a while, so she knows it pretty well.
Yeah.
Yay! All right, so that is going to be that's Cathin and Tamid. They are both on their way, and now we will cut to the second group. The second dinghy that is approaching that Adjo will perk up when he sees an approach, which holds a very small, very well-dressed Vaprin and a taller. Oh my god. I know, it's exciting.
Oh.
Armed Stonewood guard. And as it approaches, like he did with the last little dinghy, Atja will approach, gently wave off the other Seafin that was helping them up, and offer his hand to Isha first, since they are the visiting noble.
Isha absolutely takes Atja's hand, but before he can start to pull, as he starts pulling, Isha will just fly with the motion. And very much like showing off wings and
Of
like
course.
fly skill, like do a little fly around, something that Boss has gotten used to Isha's dramatics and flair. And you must be Atja, am I right?
Yes, and you are Isha, I presume?
Yeah. Magister Isha Scallion, and like does like a bow while like in the air to where their knees are like almost eye level with Atja, and before like fluttering down with arms outspread.
God. Atja will laugh and return the bow, as is polite, and say, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I trust the journey here wasn't too difficult."
We had a few run-ins, but our lovely friend Voss. Come on up here.
And as you're inviting Voss up, Atja will extend a hand to her as well. She doesn't need it, but he will.
Voss daps him up.
Hell yeah.
And goes up, and at first, after stepping onto the dock itself, he'll do a bow. Like a courteous bow.
Mm-hmm.
And then go in to hug Atia, but
Yeah.
like kind of like in that like goes from like a predator handshake to like a side hug.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah.
It's good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you too. I'm glad that you can make it. And he puts an arm around her waist to give her a little squeeze.
It's been too long. And then she squeezes his shoulder.
Aw. Yeah, he nods a little bit, and then says, "Yes, it's been far too long. But I'm glad that you both could make it." And to Isha, he says, "And it is a pleasure to finally meet you." And after a little beat, he'll grin a little bit and say, "And it's certainly a pleasure to meet another Armigo sign."
Hold on, let's see. Yeah, not too well keeping it together. Just random, like,
God.
flavor. Like, keeps mostly their composure, but very much like eyes widen and sparkle. Voss knows this look. This is Isha's about to go into a fucking ramble. Isha's about to yap some ears off. Because, yeah.
I think realizing that this is something she was gonna do anyway, but
Yep.
she finishes, her greeting, and knowing full well that she's about to start a whole fucking production. Was kind of like looking, like kind of like exchanging looks between the two of them. She goes, Majesty, we should go and get unpacked first.
Unpacking can wait, surely. Like, looking between Acha and Vass, because Isha has learned by now that Boss can very much just drag them anywhere.
Atja is just entertained.
without even entertaining the contest or complaint, looks at Atya and says, "We're going to go get unpacked. Where will we meet you later?"
That's perfectly fine. Yes, he'll like gently pat Voss's arm and say, "Plenty right. We have plenty of time to catch up in a moment. Everyone currently is gathering over at Sunrise Hill, and he will point in the direction of the big hill, kind of in the north of the city. So for now, you can just follow the crowd over there. I will be joining you shortly and for breakfast and settle in with you once you're there. And for now, you can just bring your bags there."
Excellent. Majesty.
Yes,
And
yes.
And he'll bow again lightly to you both and wave a little bit, not doing a good job of hiding his laughter at how obviously reluctant Isha is to leave.
Yeah, Isha will grab their bags. They're traveling surprisingly light for Vaprin. But like as they're walking, Isha does like occasionally jump up to flutter a little bit above everyone's heads just to make sure they know where they're going before like walking back next to Voss again.
Aww.
Voss
Yeah,
will take her carriage from Isha.
That's fair. Okay, and if you can both give me a perception check real quick.
But I don't want to.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. But I'd like you to.
Alright. Just because you said it like that.
Because I asked so nicely.
I'm gonna be a problem. I'm gonna be your problem.
You're allowed to be a problem, it's okay.
That is a hot 12.
Excellent. Can you put that in the chat real quick? Thank you.
17.
Hell yeah. So Voss is a bit more on the ball than Isha is in terms of keeping an eye on her surroundings. Isha is just so excited with all the sights and sounds and all the people running about. I'd say it's probably mostly Voss gently but firmly herding them along towards the hill. And since Voss is paying a bit more attention, she would see over her shoulder as Atja prepares to start following, and then perks up a little bit and instead makes a bit of a detour over to an approaching Drenchen Gelfling who's coming from not from the docks, but from somewhere else deeper in the city.
Towards us?
No, it's like the opposite direction, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then, so you two are off now, and this is about the time that Termal is coming down from the Mariner's Keep towards the docks, and Atja spots her right away and makes a beeline for her. And then as Termal approaches, Atja is just beaming ear to ear and says, "Termal, my friend!" And he will do a little half run over to you and hold out a hand to you. Even though you don't need it, but he's just greeting you.
She will take him up into a hug.
Aww.
Fully.
Aww. He'll hug her back and pat her back and say, "I assume the Mariner decided to allow you to attend?"
For once.
Good, that's good. I'm glad that you could make it. And after a moment, he'll let you go, but he is still holding your hand.
That is fine.
Says, come on, come. I just I've already greeted the others and sent them towards the hill, so we can make our way over there now to join everybody for breakfast. Come on. And he will start gently tugging you along.
She will follow.
Yeah. And if you could give me a perception check as well real quick.
11?
Oh. Fair enough. You're not on guard duty. You're not paying attention all that much right now. You found the person you were looking for, and you were letting him lead you through the crowd for the most part.
Yeah.
Only have high counts. Hi. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and cut to once everyone is gathered on the Sunrise Hill, which is on the map. It is that just hill placed in the middle of the city towards the top. It's this big, slightly flat-topped grassy hill, and in the middle of the housing district. Once everyone is at the top, if you look out, don't have to roll for this, you can see pretty much the entire port from here. You can see all the ships that are anchored by the docks. You can see the little dots of all the merchants and the other gelflings bustling around in the other districts. And far in the distance, you can see the Claw Mountains looming over the horizon. And it's a little bit less than an hour to dawn now. The suns are just starting to rise, but it's still pretty dark right now. So the Sifa clan has set out lanterns throughout the hill just to make sure everyone can still see where they're going and have it be a little more lit up. And there are dozens of low tables and cushioned benches set out. Most of the seats are already occupied with gelflings from various clans chattering amongst themselves, and there are a few harried-looking seafins running around with trays, serving food and tea to the various guests. Oh yeah, that is true. Catherine's the only one here with dark vision. I keep forgetting that. Yep. So, since Tamid and Catherine, you two arrived first, you two get to pick where you want to sit.
Kath is pretty small. She's probably trying to get a good view.
Aw.
She can't fly either, so she's probably pulling Tamid closer to the front, even if she doesn't want to go there.
Yeah, I do think Tamid also just wants to be as close to the front as possible. She wants to see all the things.
She wants to see
everybody.
everything.
There's cool stuff happening.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you wouldn't mind, real quick, just another perception check, real quick.
Yes, of course. That's a dirty 20.
That's
Jesus.
a dirty 20 as well.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The same thing is... We should stop making fucking lesbians because they're forever gonna roll the same.
Shit, alright.
The only difference between these two and Strata and Hin is that Strata and Hin cannot roll well together, and these two can.
We say that now.
Well,
There's time.
There's
Anyway.
time.
Yeah. So, since y'all are towards the front, this is already going to be a pretty easy check. But right away, you can also see amid all of the benches, there is, like, a little wooden platform, like a stage, set up kind of near what seems to be the front of the hill. It's decorated in flowers and seashells and feathers of all shapes and sizes. It's opulent is not necessarily the right word to describe it, but it's a lot more decorated than the rest of the festival is that you've seen so far. And right now, there are 3 gelflings kind of standing together, speaking to each other quietly, not really paying attention to the crowd. You just see one of them, okay, so it's just 3 gelflings. They're all kind of wearing like matching dark robes that seem to be very ceremonial. And you see one of them, specifically this older man with very long white hair. He keeps turning his head and kind of glancing back at the crowd, like scanning it almost. And standing as close as you are, you can see his expression. It seems like he's a bit nervous and he's looking for someone. And besides him, you do also see the huge fucking grey hound just resting asleep on the stage by his feet.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Even though you are very close, you can't get the best look at it, but you do see that it's there.
Nothing kind of like nudges Tamid. What is that? Do you know what that is?
Do I know what it is?
Dog.
Roll me a nature check real quick.
Okay.
What that dog doing?
Aurora, what if I have to roll again? That's...
Because I'm assuming this is not the big-ass fucking dog that Todd showed me, right?
Why don't you find out?
That's a nat one.
You have no idea what the fuck that is. It's just a weird, big, gray animal.
Okay.
You don't see enough
awesome.
distinguishing traits to get an idea of what that is.
Yeah, Tamin's just gonna look at Kath and be like, I have no fucking idea.
It's dark too, so probably not easier to see.
Yeah. She's like squinting at it, trying to like very clearly trying to figure out what the fuck is in front of her face right now, and she there's no recognition. There's no light. There she has no idea what that thing is.
Damn, rip and piss. Honestly, right about then is going to be when Voss and Isha arrive at the hill, and you two don't necessarily know Tamid and Cathin, but you have the opportunity to find your seat.
Yeah, I do think.
After... I'm so sorry. I just want to double check. Is this after we got unpacked?
You're not really stopping to get unpacked. You just have your bags with you right now.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Then, just on the way there, to where we gotta go, just very quickly, Vaz does tell Esha, you don't have to stay close to me, but you have to make sure that I can see you.
Will do immediately flies like 15 feet up.
God.
You can see me.
Grabs her by the foot, very daintily, and escape. And she just says, if you can see me, I can see you. And then let's go.
Let them loose to the winds.
Oh god, they're gonna get blown away.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
And then just lets them fly around and do whatever it is that they want to do. Their goddamn rigmarole.
Let them do their shit.
Yeah. This is Big Cane and Neva Energy.
It really is.
Oh, it is.
Just a little more protective, but similar.
Yeah. I do think Isha was also going to look for a place in the front, but is also doing like, because they traveled with Moss in the wilds, is doing that thing of like flying, like they're like up like probably 5 feet above the crowd and then flying forward like 15 feet, stop looking back to where Boss was, and then like making sure like keeping Boss in view.
Yeah, because if there is a crowd, Vaz does a better job at staying closer to Isha, so that there's no people in between them.
Mm-hmm.
Especially now that we just got here, Vaz is just keeping them very, very close. So
Understandable.
every time Isha looks back, Vaz is surprisingly close to them.
Surprisingly close, deadpan staring back.
Yeah. Just kind of also keeping an eye out on the crowd and stuff.
Yeah. And I will say, as y'all come into the Sunrise Hill, y'all can also give me another perception check real quick.
Not one.
11.
Damn.
No.
No.
Perhaps Voss is so focused on just making sure Isha is still in her line of sight.
be that. It could be that.
And Isha, you are so excited at everything, seeing all of this. But you do see the stage and the 3 gelflings on it, but you don't really stop to process everything that you see in that moment.
That's fair. There's too many things to look around at.
But you do also notice a table near the front that has 2 unfamiliar gelflings on it, a Dowson and a Groton.
Oh, immediately, like, using, like, the tail fan opens up, feathers fanning out to, like, signal Voss, and, like, then, like, folds it back up and, like, points over to the table they're going at, because they know they're little, they're gonna get lost in the crowd. And Isha will fly over and, without too much time in between their presence becoming noticeable in the peripheries of the lesbians, starts talking, and we don't have to go through it because it is a lot of, like, Isha just being very excited to see a Dowson and a Groton, especially a Groton. And, like, speaking very loudly, like, it's coming off as genuine excitement and curiosity, but then there's also a lot of expected questions that come off as Vaprin stereotypes.
Oh god.
Oh god.
But it does also, once again, it is very clear, like, it is a curiosity thing. But then it's also like a do Grotons really like sleep in moss type shit,
Oh
like
god.
like do the Dowson truly never speak, kind of like, and Isha's just not shutting the fuck up.
Tamid and Catherine just like going from, just looking around peacefully to so many questions. Oh my god, what?
Yeah, being assaulted with questions.
It's
Catherine is
absent.
like glancing at Tamid, just like, what? And now that someone, particularly someone with wings, is near them, I was meant to draw art and then died after coursework,
It's
but
okay.
she has an additional kind of cloak that covers her wings, beside from like the little ends of them, and she kind of pulls that a little bit closer around her.
Aw.
No.
Vaz just does a little bow. She puts her like hand on like her midsection, does a little bow, and then goes back to guarding. She doesn't have to talk to anybody.
That's fair. That is fair.
Isha's here for all the yapping.
Mm-hmm.
Isha is just immediately yapping everyone's ear off, and I love that for
Yeah.
them.
I love him so much.
In fact, I think Vaz sees Isha yapping as a great way of her to like just kind of look at the rest of the world rather than Isha. It's like they'll be there for a while.
That's fair. They'll be occupied.
It's like, I think for Vaz, she's very pragmatic. It's like, all right, yapping time is like looking around time.
Yapping time is my downtime.
God.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
She gets a moment to breathe.
I mean, yeah.
With that in mind, if you want to re-roll that perception now that Isha is occupied, I will let you do that.
I will do that. I will. 6.
Oh god.
It is dark. There's that.
That is true. It is dark. But I will say it's not hard to see the stage once you're this close. So you do at least see that, and that there are 3 gelflings on it, and some kind of large gray shape on there as well.
Is it rectangular shaped?
No. Absolutely the fuck not.
Are you sure it doesn't have a reflective grill in the middle?
I'm 100% sure.
Excellent. She makes a note of the dog.
Big fucking dog.
Big fucking dog.
Big dog.
Wait, how big is the dog?
Bigger than you.
Oh my god, wait, what?
Yes, it's bigger than
Oh
you.
my god.
It's a fucking beast.
Yes, it's fucking huge.
So,
Look, people find a height chart real quick.
just to verify, are gelflings smaller than earth dogs? Like, is this an earth dog?
It
or
is
this
not
is-
an earth dog. No,
Okay, so it's a big
it's
dog.
a big dog. Yes.
Okay, well, Vals takes more notice of it now. I thought it was smaller.
No, it's fucking big. It's not significantly bigger than you, but it is noticeably bigger.
And it's just sleeping?
It's just fucking sleeping, as far as you can tell.
And who commands this creature? Like, what? Is there like a handler next to it? Like, what?
It is currently sleeping by the feet of one of the gelflings standing on the stage right now, specifically the older man with white hair. That's as far as you can tell in terms of if anyone is its handler.
I mean, obviously they have some status if they're up on stage, but like, do I see any sort of like diplomatic marks on them, or who the fuck is this person? Is this person safe?
Making note of who to keep Isha the fuck away from.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say real quick. I'm trying to decide what would be best for that.
Maybe history.
Cause yeah, we can try to do a history check.
Okay.
Do history.
Stick
Just-
-1. Say less.
Oh
shit,
shit!
my
I'm
friend.
trying to take.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Okay, so you may not have gotten the best look at everyone up on the stage in this moment, but you know enough about clan structure, and specifically the Sifa clan structure, to realize that those three are most likely the council, like the Madra's specific trio of advisors. You don't necessarily know any of them by name specifically, but you are aware of their existence.
And this is you said the Madra's, like, kind of council, not the all Madras.
Yeah, specifically the Sifa Madra's like trio of personal advisors.
Well, one of them has a fucking dog.
One of them has a big fucking dog.
Noted.
No.
One
Yeah.
of them has a big fucking dog.
And I will say, so the Madra has visited the Stonewood clan occasionally for like diplomatic shit with your mom. You've never seen anyone bring that fucking dog around before.
I would remember the fucking.
You would have remembered this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the fucking bus parked outside?
Holy shit.
Yeah. Alright, well. I would say the bad perception check is just Voss fixated on this fucking dog.
And that's real. That's, I think, reasonable.
Scanning. What the fuck is that?
She was in the middle of getting a good look at everyone there, and then she saw the big fucking dog, and everything was derailed.
Yeah, kind of difficult. Kind of difficult to take her mind off of it. Tries to continue scanning, but is really just kind of like, oh my god, it's shifted.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
That's fair.
Okay.
God.
Alright.
Anyway,
That's her. That's her time.
fair enough. And alright. And on that note, while y'all are making... Small talk isn't quite the word. While Isha is yapping.
Yeah. Well, Isha is yapping at them, and they're trying to answer, but also cannot get a word in.
Yep.
100%.
That's about when Termal and Atja finally reach the Sunrise Hill. Atja leading her along through the crowd. Let me real quick. Okay, yep. He sees all of y'all right away at your little table and makes a beeline towards you. Still gently tugging Termal along. Because he's also excited.
Yay.
Yay.
And as
So
he
which-
approaches, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, please go.
Okay. As he approaches, he'll call out and say, "There you are, my friends. I'm glad you were able to settle in." And once he's a little closer, he will let go of Termal's hand, but kind of like gesture to her like a little flourish and say, "And I'd like to introduce all of you to another dear friend of mine. This is Termal Centismirth, one of the Mariner's personal guards." Saying and like clearly like talking her up.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh, you work for one of the lords?
Yes, I do.
He's just got that yappy look once again, but I think we'll rein it in this time because Atcha's here.
Boss just thinks to herself. Restraint.
Didn't know it could do that.
That's the whole thought, just like surprise.
Oh, and Termal, Karma, my dear, if you would also like to roll perception as you come onto the hill.
There's a dog.
Catherine does greet Turbo, but it's just very
That's 20.
Hi.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god.
Yay, more than the dog.
Yay!
Hey, more on the dog. Termal went, I gotta protect my boyfriend.
More on the fucking dog.
Yeah.
So Termal, you've been to this hill many times. You've seen it many times. You've even seen the trio of council members many times. You know them. That is Elder Lindo, Elder Septon, and Elder Pembrar. And you have even seen Elder Lindo's big fucking dog. Many times. So I'd say in this moment, you're probably mostly making a note of the big fucking dog is here and it is asleep.
Why'd he bring his dog?
Why he got his
Brought
dog?
his dog.
But you do also see Elder Lindo keeps looking out at the crowd nervously, and when he sees Atja, he seems to visibly relax.
Interesting.
And there is a moment where Atja looks over at him and they make eye contact for a second, and Lindo kind of nods at him and then turns back to his conversation with the other council members. And with that, Atja gestures for everyone to take a seat and says, "All right, I let all of you get settled and introduce yourselves. I will go get some food for everybody."
Yay!
Can
Termal will make as if to follow Atja.
Oh,
Oh.
Can I do an insight check on Atja?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Hell yeah. Oof, it's so high I can't even count.
no.
Actually, now that Catherine has a second to just kind of sit, can I also do an insight on Atja?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
And can I, with advantage, look for Ambassador Kira?
Alright, we'll get to your role for Ambassador Kira here in a second.
No, I'm just asking if I can go ahead and roll.
Oh yeah, go ahead, yeah. Go ahead. And yes, you did get advantage because you are aware. Alright. What was the result of that really good insight check, Joey? Oh god. I'm so sorry. So it's been a while since you were around Atja in person. You've spoken through letters, but it's been a long time since you saw him in person. You just get the sense he seems excited and maybe nervous, but you could chalk that up to just it's a big festival day, and he is the prince and has a lot of work to do.
I just find it really strange why the prince is the one fetching food rather than an attendant.
Oh, I'd say that's something you wouldn't necessarily have to roll for. That Atja just likes to do things for people. He doesn't like to make servants do things. You've known that even when you were younger with him.
Okay, so it doesn't come from like a nervousness.
Yeah, that
Oh,
that yeah.
Okay.
That in particular isn't a nervousness. That is just something that you've known him to do.
Okay. That's good.
And then for Cathin, for your insight, you don't know him as well, but you do notice, like, as he's talking, he keeps fidgeting with his gloves, as if he's not really used to wearing them.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he fidgets, occasionally he, like, winces a little bit and then stops. And I'll say, Termal, when you go to follow Atja, he clocks right away what you're doing. And he laughs a little bit and says, "No, my friend, it is your day off. I'd like you to just sit and enjoy and let me get you something to eat." And he will gently push you into a chair. He'll gently push you in a chair and, like, pat your arm in the chat. And say... Alright. And then he will dart off to go get you all some food.
Oh.
And then, for Isha, for your check to spot Ambassador Kira, you do spot her. You spot her around a group of probably, like, other important clan ambassadors, also sitting at tables pretty close to the stage. And as you spot Ambassador Kira is when she spots you, so you two make eye contact for a good few seconds.
The tensest fucking smile as Isha makes sure to, like, sit where they can see Ambassador Kira and, like, continue to make this eye contact. And notably, like, say very loudly, like, call after Atcha, "Oh, Sadie, darling!" And, like, puts feet up in another chair so that Atcha can sit next to them.
Oh my god.
Oh, amazing.
Voss is seated behind Esha,
Fair, yeah.
so that she can keep both an eye on Isha and then, like, the rest of what's happening, and also to prevent somebody from sitting behind Isha.
That's fair, yeah. Doing a good job as their guard.
And just kind of has her arms crossed, looking forward. Harshing them up.
Harsh. Oh, absolutely.
Isha does not seem harsh by this, but that's because Isha's had some time to get to know Voss.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're so used to it.
Yeah. Well, because they've learned, like, how Voss is now, and it's like, okay, this is just Voss. And after they're settled, they'll put a hand on their chest, and because Atcha said for introductions.
Yeah.
I am Magistrate Isha Scallion of the Vaprin clan. And this is, kind of like, does a little flourishing gesture to Voss. My dear friend and guard, Voss. Atcha personally sent her to keep watch of me and help keep me safe on the journey from Parar.
Voss just does a little head, like, bow, and that's it.
Love Boss. Now that Catherine has a second to, like, go, okay, this is I have a name now. She gives a smile and goes, I'm Catherine, and she goes to continue her name and then stops. I'm from the Groton clan, and then she gestures to Tamid.
Tamid will kind of grin and go, I am Tamid Yabasmet. I am from the Dawson clan. I grew up here, though.
All eyes turn to Termal. Termal was introduced when it's like politeness, all eyes turn to Termal.
Yes.
I am Terabel, one of the Mariner's guards.
So the exact same thing Astra said.
Yep.
Yeah. And you need to be a drenchant, correct?
Indeed.
Like, fully takes out like a small satchel notebook and like starts making some notes and jotting names and clans down.
Oh.
Excellent.
I will say it's also to note that Isha is so very clearly the youngest one here,
Mm-hmm.
because Isha is only 19 trying. Isha is not even 20. Not even 20 yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Arguably, by Vapran standards, Isha is not an adult.
And hence all Vaprans will call Isha a childling.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I can just imagine how they take that.
Sorry, was that Joey?
Nothing. Just feed us with wings.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Just wanted to make sure everyone heard that.
Yeah.
It's such a mental image.
The fucking infant.
Cat, really? Hello.
Aw. She wants to say hi again.
She likes saying hi.
Aw.
Yes.
So Joe be gone for a good couple minutes, giving y'all the opportunity to talk a bit more if you want, or just introduce yourselves and sit there for a second.
If no one engages in further conversation, Isha will start just like asking people questions about their clans because they've already interrogated Voss on the way from the bar.
Yeah.
Oh god.
They've met someone from almost every clan, and I can only imagine they are taking advantage of this.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely, because they already know some Seep and Culture stuff.
Mhm.
So while they'd love to talk with Atja about it more, they are more curious about these other clans. They don't know nearly as much that they need to double check and make sure things are correct in the Harar library.
They're just checking.
Yeah, they're just doing their due diligence.
Yeah. And it is like once again coming off as like the Vapran stereotype stuff, but it's also like phrased in that is it really true? Like very much like clearly they're trying to see if it is, and they look more curious if it's incorrect, and then a little annoyed and making a note about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to know what is correct in the Harar library and what isn't. And at some point they'll mutter like something along the lines of just like with the Stonewoods. He's very upset and keeps shooting dirty glares at Kira.
Kira is aware that you keep glaring at her, and every time she looks more confused as she looks back at you. At one point, she makes a gesture to you, essentially kind of like what the fuck gesture.
Angry cicada noises, and then goes back to writing.
I need to shove them in a backpack or a locker and just carry them around.
God.
Love it.
Yeah. And after a couple of minutes of Atja being gone, if any of you would like to look around again and see what's taking him so long, that is up to you. But he is, if you do look up, he is up, seemingly about on his way back. If that makes sense.
I will say, to be fair, Isha is too busy yapping.
Isha is locked in.
Terminal is actively locking its case on Atja.
Atja is a couple tables away, chatting with one of the servers as he walks with them. He's already so Voss and Terminal are both looking in that general direction. He's balancing a couple of plates already on his arms as he's walking with them, and they seem to stumble for a second, and immediately Atja shifts the plates all into one arm and catches them, and gives them a second to steady themselves. And then after they seem to be alright, they kind of wave him off, and then he walks back over towards the group with, again, it's like several plates mostly balanced on one arm, and then a couple cups.
Pretty impressive.
I think once they get a little closer. No, she won't. Never mind.
You're good. Yeah.
I was gonna say she was gonna go help him, but it's like she thinks of it and then chooses not to.
You know, that's fair.
Once Acha is close enough, Isha will remove their legs from the other seat that they've been holding for Acha.
Aww.
Oh, you saved me a seat. Well, thank you.
Of course, anything for my dear new friend. And like, said a little bit too loud, but it sounds excited. But it's also meant to be loud enough to hopefully Kira catches it.
Of course, she does.
This teen has beef with a 40-year-old. It's one-sided beef.
She catches it, and she is glaring at you. And still making the kind of, like, what the actual fuck.
I don't think Catherine notices any of this tension. She's just like, oh, a very loud person. Okay.
She's just like, well, sometimes Isha talks really loudly.
Yeah.
Boss can confirm that is true outside of this weird beef.
And once he's back at the table, Atcha is setting down plates for everybody. Breakfast is like roasted shellfish wrapped in kelp, with some sliced fruit on the side, and then tea.
Hell yeah.
And just for sillies, because I think we joked about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
the white kids.
Sifa food is notoriously extremely spicy.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Kevin and Isha are gonna die.
Yeah.
Just for fun, just for sillies. Would y'all mind if your character just goes ahead and takes a bite? If you would like to roll me a Constitution save.
I think the worst part is Isha's going into this knowing Stephen's food is spicy.
But Catherine doesn't even know.
Yo! 19, let's go. All the years of growing up with a half-Stephen parent paid off.
Oh, Kath.
Kath is not prepared.
Oh.
Here's the thing. She might have... I don't know if she would have necessarily come across it in her travels. Like, maybe she has, or just not registered, or it's not been... professionally made, and she just does not expect the spiciness.
Oh my god. Very surprised that Isha is so far doing the best.
Yeah.
Isha takes a single bite and does not react.
Yeah.
At least, perhaps not outwardly on the surface.
Able to keep her composure.
Yeah. So...
Tamid?
Sorry?
Oh, Tamid grew up on this food. She knows it's spicy. She doesn't care.
I feel like maybe Tamid warned Kath, but Kath was like, "Oh, but I'm trying everything. Why wouldn't I try it?" And was not ready.
So Isha handles it no problem. Turmal and Tamid are both pretty used to it, so they can handle it. Voss is having a bit of a harder time, and Cathin, I think after you take one bite, you are just visibly bright red.
Oh,
And a little sweaty.
Yeah.
sweaty.
She's doing her best, but she's like very much on the verge of tears.
Is there, like, anything that's on the table that Isha would know would help, like, bring down the spice?
That would be the tea.
So immediately seeing that, Isha will, like, kind of hop up and lean over and, like, kind of push the tea towards Catherine and be like, oh, here, sip on this, like, hold it in your mouth a little. My father, one of my fathers used to always prepare this when we ate when I was young. It'll help bring down the spice.
Oh, thanks. And she's trying to, like, keep her composure, like, not seem too desperate, but she's, like, moving very quickly.
Tamid will glance over at Kath and just, like, very quietly mutter, "I told you so" to her.
There's, like, this, like, if Kath wasn't so focused on trying to stop the burning, normally she would nudge in return.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
She's just so concentrated on trying not to either A, cry, or B, spit it all back up.
God.
Poor girl.
Azure looks at you concerned. Do you want me to get you something else? Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
No, I'll be okay. It caught me off guard a little.
Okay, well, he sees Isha's already pushed the tea towards you, and he will make sure to hand some to Voss as well and just say, okay, alright, well, just if it is too much, the tea can help with that. If you want me to get you something else, please don't be afraid to ask.
Okay, thank you.
And if it is a little too much, try pairing it with some fruit. I find that a little bit of cooling sweetness helps sometimes.
Thanks, I will. And she's just taking all of this advice, trying so hard to manage it.
Oh.
That is just what Catherine looks like.
Yeah, that is just Catherine.
She's just...
Yes.
God.
She's just, you just want to hold her in your hand.
She's so sweet.
Small handful.
Yeah.
Handful.
But yeah, once everyone has their food and is either suffering through the spice or just enjoying it normally, Atja will settle into the seat that Isha so graciously saved for him.
No.
And he kind of looks around at all of you and says, "Oh, so how was the journey here?" Kind of an open question for everyone to answer first.
Catherine is still managing the spice, so she's letting everyone else answer first.
I normally Isha would probably answer first, but they're looking very curiously towards Tamid and Catherine, just because it's like, oh, those two are from vastly different biomes. How in the fuck did you come?
What the fuck are you doing
What the
here?
fuck?
Why are you together?
We don't have great.
I'm glad that y'all thought that was funny.
I love that, actually. That's funny as fuck.
Thanks. But yeah, kind of just an open question for whoever wants to answer. If no one seems to want to jump in, he will glance over to Tamid, kind of prompting her to answer first.
Oh.
Puts you on the spot.
Tamid will kind of shrug and like lean back in her seat a little bit and go, the travels weren't terrible. I mean, we've been traveling for a long time now.
Almost 3 trying now, I think.
Something like that.
Oh, lovely. I'm glad to hear that it wasn't too much trouble for you two. And then he will kind of look over at Voss. I believe Isha said that you two had a few run-ins along the way. Hopefully that wasn't too much trouble.
Voss sips her tea, looks at Atja in the eyes, and just says, pretty uneventful.
I'm sure it was.
That's it. And then she just goes back to sipping her tea.
And you know what? That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Isha will kind of like elaborate a little bit more, just kind of like a little bit of a sheepish chuckle of, yes, while we were conversing during our travels, a few critters here and there may have stumbled upon our path. But it was no problem. We handled it. Voss is quite capable, and I am a skilled magician myself, so I was able to conjure up some things to help.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. And yes, I know that I'm glad to see that Voss was able to get you both here safely. And on that note, and he grins a little bit. I have heard from Ambassador Kira some about your magic. I'm curious, what sort of magic do you practice? I'm afraid she did not give many details. But she does speak very highly of you.
Kath perks up at this and is now definitely listening.
The mention of Ambassador Kira, the smile becomes tense for a second before it's like, oh, like talking about their magic, and they kind of preen a little, but they still seem a little tense because they're expecting Kira to have like said it in that adult way of like just trying to like upscale a child's achievements. Well, yes, so I primarily, while I do have some of the more offensive Vilyaya, I do practice some of the more enchanting arts. I'm no far dreamer myself, but unfortunately I must say, but I did inherit the natural gift from my father, Keisha.
Interesting. Well, that's exciting. If we have the chance sometime today, I'd love to discuss that with you further. I've been studying magic lately myself, but I will admit I'm certainly no skilled far streamer myself. I still have much to learn.
Do I know if that's new, or was he
that?
studying?
Yeah, that would definitely be news to you.
Okay.
Oh, well, if you'd like, I can show you some rather simple things, and just to show off, Isha does do Mage Hand,
Oh, of course.
and like use it to like pick up their cup of tea to like sip it. Just like using it to drink their tea.
Welcome back, honey.
No, I do have a question, Acha, if I may. And Isha will notably kind of like lean in and make it being like this is something rather personal.
So he was very visibly delighted at your showing off with your fucking mage hand maneuver, but he will like kind of politely like lean back and listen in.
Yes, you see, I didn't get a letter back about the more delicate matter I discussed. Perhaps when we get a more private chance, I can be an ear about whatever happens to dear Soroya?
Anybody who might like to roll insight on that, feel free to do so, as Atja pauses for a second before answering.
God fucking damn it, that's a 4.
Rip.
Sorry, what were we rolling? Insight.
Insight.
Okay, cool.
Seeing the... Do I also roll insight?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Let's go. I've taken the luck today.
You stole Joey's luck.
Yeah, really.
Sorry.
Fucked up.
The question that Tammet has been sitting on since fucking Atja got back, and she doesn't even get to realize.
It's okay. So for Kathin, Isha, and Termal, you all see Atja visibly tense when Isha says the name Soroya, and he kind of glances around for a second before he answers. And then he clears his throat and says, yes, that's, that is perhaps a subject for a different time, a little bit of a less public setting, but to answer the question from your letter, yes, my sister, she is no longer with us. She has returned to Thra.
Yeah.
And
I'm terribly sorry to hear that. Like, will gently, like, genuinely, like, kind of touches back to like a little soothing motion.
And I'll say for Isha and Catherine especially, you catch that Atja looks scared for a second as he says that, before he kind of like calmed himself down.
Yeah, Isha's just kind of like gently rubbing his back now, like, oh boy.
And then he clears his throat again, and to all of you he says, but, just so you are all are aware, the Madra Kadia, she is still in mourning, and does not like to discuss the matter, so I would not bring it up around her if you can.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. No need to bring it up without necessity.
And no need to roll, he is relieved when y'all agree not to say anything about it to his mom.
Yeah, that's fair. Tamid is very much so, like, squinting silently to herself, thinking about the things she spoke to God about. Here.
Kath kind of glances at Tamid, because obviously she only knew the other information from Tamid, so there's kind of a glance of, okay, something has happened.
Something has happened.
Something has happened.
Something has happened here.
And after a moment of quiet, if no one else chimes in, Atja will then turn over to Cathin, and I'm blanking a little bit on specific words, but essentially again says something to the effect of, well, anyway, I'm very glad to meet all of you, though at least all of you that I have not met before. But you, Cathin, yes. Just wondering, how did you and Tammin meet?
Oh, she very visibly tenses up at that.
Oh no! Oh
You brought up the trauma. She's kind of glancing to Tamid like, help.
Oh no.
Tamid will, like, I guess laugh a little bit, because she recognizes that this was probably very traumatic for Kath. However, this is just another traveling day, and Tamid will, like, almost smugly kind of go, I saved her.
Oh, you did?
Kevin is so tense, but her face does kind of go, like, there's like a very clear like flush in her face when Tamid puts it like that.
Well, just very interested. Now he gestures for you to go on.
Tamid will kind of grin to herself and look over at Kath and just kind of like she's still grinning and she trying to remember the words. Hold on, English is not my friend right now.
Yeah, no rush.
Yeah, you're all good.
There we go.
You good, Jamie?
Yeah, my mic is not gone out. My English has gone out.
Oh, damn.
So real. I feel it.
Temid will grin and kind of glance at Kath and go, well, there was just this beast chasing her, and I saved her from it. That's all you really have to... I mean, that's all there is to say on it.
Atja is visibly impressed and says, wow, what an exciting story. But, and he kind of glances at Catherine and says, I apologize if that was a bit of a sore subject, but I'm I'm glad you both are here, and I'm glad that all of you accepted my invitation. I would love to learn more if you'd like to share, but it seems that might be a bit of a sore subject, so that's fine. He kind of waves it off.
Well, to be frank, I don't remember much of it, besides Tamid coming to my rescue.
Oh. Well, I'm glad that she was there.
She's like fiddling at the edges of the cloak and kind of like tugging it a little bit.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
I was trying to think of a way for him to basically say that, but I don't think that would be, like, a saying here.
Paladin in shining armor.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, he'll say, so he'll say to Tamid, it was like, looks like you were her paladin in shining armor. That's very sweet.
And Tamid will grin at that and like give it is a little bit cheeky as she once again turns to path.
She's like, damn right I am.
Kat's face, Kat is blushing so hard and her wings on her back are fluttering a little bit even as she's trying to hold the cloak. She's like, God damn it. Simultaneously remembering the worst moment of her life, followed by, oh, hi, new person saving my life.
Yes.
Aww. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have to get into every little bit of small talk, but I will say throughout this conversation, Atja is just asking everyone questions about, like, how your travels have been, how you've been doing, that sort of thing. Just...
Isha just prattles on about the very obviously the annoyances and drawl and just how boring Vaprin Court is. And if anyone gives them a look about like, oh, Vaprin Court, you're not just like some like random Vaprin, like they will elaborate that, yeah, no, I'm the Almadra's cousin. And just like leave it at that and like keep going.
Catherine does kind of give like a little bit of like an, oh, I'm meeting high-ranking people. Okay, I actually have to probably pay attention.
Damn. And
I mean, she's fascinated anyway, but just kind of a, oh, this could be more of a professional standpoint.
Aw.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And at one point, he will also turn to Voss and ask, I know that right now you are on duty, but how have you and your mother been? Have things been with the Stonewood clan?
Quiet.
Quiet is certainly not a bad thing.
She nods.
Mm-hmm. Aww. Captain beloved. Anyway, and then after a little bit more conversation, another Seafin will approach, kind of a slightly older woman with very short blonde hair and a very distinctive marking on her face, kind of shaped vaguely like a bird. She approaches and kind of clears her throat and says, Prince Atja, your mother has requested your presence. And Atja will kind of be quiet for a second before answering. And say, I apologize. Can this wait a moment? We were kind of in the middle. And then the other Seafin says again, a little more firmly, your mother wishes to speak with you. It's an urgent situation.
Oh boy.
And if anyone would like to roll insight on either her or Atja in this moment, you can.
Absolutely on her, as Isha does say out loud, like basically being like, oh, urgent on the day of the Sunrose Festival, that seems a little odd. It's like purposely kind of negging.
Oh. God.
Are we rolling 2 if we want to hit both her and Atja?
If you want to hit both, you would do 2, yeah.
Okay.
And then just specify which one is for which one.
I'm gonna roll both.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll both too. Oh. Oh, that's
I just edited my thing. So
Yeah, I getcha. That works just fine. Okay, looking over. Okay. Alright, for Joe, I'm guessing the nat 1 was for Atja and the 11 was for the other person?
Yes.
Okay, just confirming. Okay, so for... pretty much everyone except Voss looking over at Atja can see he is nervous and reluctant. And Voss would also honestly probably pick up on that a little bit, but you wouldn't be able to say if it's just reluctant to leave his friends or reluctant to go talk to his mother. For Termal and Isha would pick up on it's specifically going to talk to his mother that he does not want to do right now.
Yeah, fair.
And then for Termal, Isha, and Cathin on the other Seafin, she seems very clearly agitated. And at Isha's prodding of, like, it's the festival, what could be so urgent? She, like, bristles and says, it's none of your business. And then looks at Atja and says, come with me now.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Yeah, Isha's feathers, like, reflexively, like, fan out, and, like, the ones on their hips, like, kind of puff out a bit. A little defensively.
Yeah. And then, as Isha is puffing up a bit, Atja will get to his feet and say, alright, if it's an urgent matter, then fine, I will go meet with her. There's no need to get testy. Kind of glances over at Isha and holds up a hand at them.
Isha just kind of huffs and starts muttering under their breath, but just very obviously, like, trying not to let anyone hear.
Mm-hmm.
Except, like, the word of, let's the word indecent in a little bit louder.
Oh.
Otherwise, it's just, like, goes back to sipping tea.
God. Oh my god, Kibby.
You could hear Kibby. She's come back. Hey, baby.
Aw.
Come back to hear all the
And
drama.
Atja will turn to all of you and smile and say, sorry, it seems duty calls. I will return as soon as I can, and I will be back in time to give you all the tour, but I'm sure my mother just wants to go over the rest of the preparations. And then he will bow a little bit, and then the other Seafin will kind of, like, not firmly, but, like, lightly grabbing his elbow and is leading him away as quickly as they can.
As soon as they're walking away, Isha once again turns to their side. Whoever's sitting next to Isha, on the other side of the, like, where it's like the empty chair, Isha, and then someone else, that person is getting kind of leaned on as Isha puts their leg up in Atja's chair again. Very much like middle school saving seat for best friend behavior. And looks and is, like, glaring at that woman's back and just says only loud enough for the table to hear, like, very, it's coming clear that their loudness is a conscious choice. We all know that's Landstrider shit, that it's just for festival preparations, right? Nothing, that wouldn't be urgent enough to pull away the prince and the current heir from entertaining his guests.
It could be urgent, but that didn't seem, kind. She's kind of, like, concerned. It felt odd to her that Atja was treated so harshly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially in public. Tamid is, like, watching after where he, like, the direction that he disappeared off into. Yeah. She is very focused on the fact that he's just left.
Yeah. I will say, anybody who does want to watch as Atja is led away, go ahead and give me another perception check.
Okay.
And I will say, for Voss and Termal, since both of you are guards, you will get advantage on that.
Oh.
And guards alerted to a potential situation.
19.
Kathy's just, oh.
Oh,
Oh.
damn. Alright. So... Okay, so for everyone except Kath and Termal, unfortunately, they can see that it looks like the guard is leading him in the direction of one of the largest ships in port, which is the Omaraya, which all of you would have a baseline level of familiarity with. That is the Mandra's ship.
Isha saw this like a month ago.
Yeah, Isha has seen the Omaraya in person.
Yeah.
And then for Voss specifically, you do see, again, leading towards the Omaraya, very firmly pushing him along. And then for Isha and Tamid, as you two are looking after that, you happen to glance back at the stage, and you see that Elder Lindo, the Gelfling with long white hair, is gone, and so is his fucking dog.
Oh.
Isha didn't see them to begin with.
So Isha has no frame of reference for this, so shoot for that.
I imagine Isha's leaning against Tamid, actually. Kind of like cornered with like Tamid and like Catherine's on the end.
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Fully like half in her lap.
A little. I'm just like leaning on her arm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just like make eye contact and raise brows. Looks back at Voss, raises brow.
Tamid definitely has like this hefty grimace on her face right now because A, the elder and their dog disappeared, and B, she is not a fan of the way that Acha was led away to his mother's ship.
Yeah.
Termal will just abruptly stand up without a word and start following.
Immediately. And before we go to that, I will say also, I think since Voss kept looking back at the dog, she maybe doesn't notice it right away, but after a moment, she does notice the dog is gone.
Oh boy.
Since she was so aware of it before, she is very aware that it's gone.
Yeah, fair.
Kath is too distracted by, oh, that was strange that he was treated so bad, and then glances at Tamara like, oh, friend is sad!
Oh.
She probably like puts her hand on Tamid's.
Aw. Gay people.
Gay people.
But yeah.
Okay, people.
So Termal is just getting to her feet and walking after them.
Yeah.
Not even saying anything to the rest of the group about it.
Nope.
Isha will quickly scramble up and like get in front of Termal and fly up high enough that they're eye level with Termal. But like keeping their voice down and like hands out, like, oh, hold on. You can't just. You're a god. You know that there are protocols to follow. You can't just follow after them. Like, you need some tact. You need some. You can't just follow them. And trust me, as much as we all want to, we can't necessarily do that without drawing suspicion of a gaggle of mixed clanners walking around.
Oh.
God, I want so badly for Termal to just reach out and slowly push her to the side, or push them to the side. Well,
you can.
Yeah, go for it. Fully do it.
Just reach out and slowly push them to the side while walking forward.
Yeah, it's not hard.
It's.
Isha will look back at Voss and the others and like gesture at Termal, and then like back at them and just like with their hands like what?
What does anyone? God. Okay.
Isha's about to not give Voss a choice and start following Termal.
I will say, anybody who is going to follow Termal and attempt to follow after Atja and this other Seafin, give me a stealth check. And if you're all leaving as a group, we'll take we'll say the highest roll can cover some of the lower rolls, but...
Yeah, fair.
I get a +0 to this, baby!
I do think that Tamid would also start walking because that's her buddy, and she's very worried about what happened to Soroya. Also, that's a 10.
If you could put,
Kath
yeah.
is
I
Kath is
love the
gonna follow
rogue getting
too,
10.
just simply because she'll be the last one there. She doesn't want to be left alone.
Yeah.
And that's a 14.
Yes, is Voss planning to follow as well?
Yes.
No, Isha's going. Isha did not give Voss a choice in this matter.
Alright, I will say, as... Okay, yep, so that, yep. As y'all are getting up to go follow after Atja and this other Seafin, you are stopped by one of the other, like, Seafin guards kind of around the edge, or one of the other Seafin captains kind of around the edge, who looks concerned and says, "You can't leave yet. The Madra still has to give her speech."
Oh.
So, and they are stopping all of you.
Damn.
Isha will quickly interject to smooth over the situation. That's what I was trying to explain to my companions here. We were a little worried because our personal host, the one who invited us here, had gone off, and we were just a little curious as to when he'd be back.
Well, I'm sure he'll be back shortly, but come on, it's disrespectful to leave before the Madra gives her speech. Come on.
Oh.
Don't go wandering off.
Now, come on, and once again, gently kind of failing horribly, trying to kind of push Turmal along.
This other Seafin is making direct eye contact with Thermal if she isn't moving.
Kath kind of glances at everyone, how tense they are, and remembering how worried Tamid seemed, she kind of steps behind one of the taller people in her group and pulls out her flute and, does a couple notes on it as she casts Charm Person.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Just a second.
Wait, no, Fight Club reset, I don't have anything out. Shit.
No, it's okay. No, you're good. I'm pulling it up real quick.
I had everything downloaded, Fight Club Y.
Okay, so that is a wisdom saving throw from the guard?
Yes, I think. Wait. Wisdom saving throw, yes.
Okay. And what's the DC for that?
My DC is 14.
Okay, let's get that. Alright. That was a 6. Okay.
Hallelujah.
Okay, so the
Okay.
guard is now charmed, correct?
Yep. Catherine can tell when the charm takes effect, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So Catherine then steps forward and goes, what my friend is trying to say is we're just very concerned, because, I don't know my way around here. Some of us are new to this area. We just want to make sure our friend is okay, but at the same time, I'm blanking here. She's basically going, we just want to make sure that our guide is here because we were personally invited here and don't know many people here, and it's a bit overwhelming. Basically going that angle.
Okay. The guard kind of thinks for a second, and then says, I guess it'd be okay as long as you're back before the speech.
Oh, of course, we wouldn't want to miss the speech after all, and it would just be to make sure that our friend's okay.
The guard thinks for a second, and then nods and says, that makes sense. Okay. And then kind of steps aside to let you all follow after where you... Yeah, you've gone off script. Hell yeah.
We've gone off script. Let's go.
Let's go!
Name sequencing.
Yeah,
In classic D&D fashion.
of course.
Yeah.
Yay! All right, so
Catherine kind of glances back at everyone else like, oh my god, that worked.
As soon as they're out of earshot, Isha is now pointedly walking next to Catherine and is like very starry-eyed. You're a soothsayer?
Well, not exactly. I just know a few little spells.
Isha has that look of like, oh, we are going to talk later.
oh,
Wizard, we are going to talk.
Isha has found a new buddy.
Despite being taller, Catherine feels very small in this moment.
Second best friend.
Oh my god.
Catherine glances at Tamid like, help.
Help, I've made a terrible error.
Yeah. I wanted to help and I made a mistake.
Okay.
Tamid will kind of glance over and be like, well, that's not for right now. We need to focus.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. We'll talk about it later, but I'm just... Yes. Like, walking.
God. Alright. So... Okay. So to follow after Atja and the other Seafin, I would like a survival check from y'all. And since Termal knows this city very well, she will have advantage on this and can assist y'all in finding your way.
Cool. Oh.
Where is...
It's okay, Catherine.
Oh, Kath.
Oh, beloved.
Kath is like, Kath is so distracted by, oh my god, I did a thing. I did a thing I wasn't supposed to do, but I did a thing.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm... Anyway, I'm fully imagining that Catherine's having a bit of like an adrenaline rush after that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
What's survival in
Survival is wisdom.
5e? Wisdom? Okay.
Yeah.
She's absolutely having an adrenaline rush. I mean, it took her freaking years to persuade to go outside. That is probably the most rebellious thing she's ever done.
Alright.
And there's goodness.
Okay. Alright, so altogether, yeah, y'all pass this just fine. So you're able to easily pick up on the trail, so to speak, and follow after Atja and the Seafin. Again, they are clearly rushing him along in the general direction of the Omaraya. But as you start to enter the market district, which if you look on the map is kind of in the south, a bit before you get to the Mariner's Keep, they split off from the main street for a second. And I am now going to need a stealth from everybody.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
Jesus Christ.
That's a 2.
Oh, God.
Kath is so... She's like, oh, I did a thing. She's so distracted.
Oh my fucking god.
I also imagine Isha and Catherine might also be a little distracted by the marketplace itself.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I'll say right now, the marketplace isn't in full swing, so to say, as it will be later in the festival, but there is still a lot of sight and sounds and merchants setting up various booths. Alright, so with that, so Catherine and Isha are the only ones who failed, but I'll presume if Voss and Tamid want to help, or like to help them hide, I'll say that covers them as well.
Yeah. Tamid will definitely be helping Kath hide.
Grab her and like shove her behind you for a sec.
Yeah.
I was
Alright.
gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a gay joke.
Gay people. No, do it. It's Pride Month.
They're walking past like one of the I don't know, alleyways or something, and someone walks by and Tamid just grabs Kath like against the wall.
Ooh.
Very, very quick, and Tamid and Kath is like no thoughts immediately.
Aww.
I imagine with Voss helping Isha, it's more so just like keeping them from flying up to look. Because they're genuinely trying to do it to keep an eye on where they're going, but like, that's noticeable maybe.
Yeah.
I agree. I think there's a lot of like foot grabbing like a balloon about to like float up, and it's just like bring it back down.
That's amazing.
I'm fully imagining she doesn't even have to look, just snatches them.
I
Yeah.
love this group
Yeah.
so much.
But alright, so you all see as the Seafin captain pauses and looks around for a second, and she does not seem to spot you. She has stopped with Atja, and he asks her if something is wrong, and then she abruptly, after looking around for a second as if making sure no one's looking, she grabs him by the arm again, yanks him over, and covers his mouth with her free hand as she like elbows the wall, and sorry, must have been the wind. Yeah, so she grabs him, covers his mouth with her free hand, and like elbows the wall back against the wall, and a like purple like circle lights up on the wall, and glows for a second, seems to form some kind of like portal, and then she ducks into it, drags him through, and it immediately disappears behind her.
Oh.
Interesting
Shit.
but angry cicada noises.
Yeah, and I will say that all happens in the span of like less than just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Can I do an Arcana check about that?
Go right ahead, and if you want, you are also free to go over there now.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to go over there and look at it, but I want to do an Arcana check.
Go for it.
Could I do one as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my god, thank you. I love the Dion die. I love the Dion die so much.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
The Dion die just rolls stupid high.
Incredible. Alright, so both of you would be able to tell right away based on how the guard moved. It's not that she just cast a spell, it's that this was prepared in this location and she just activated it.
So kind of like a prepared room.
Essentially, yeah, it's like a prepared rune. She didn't do anything other than just like tapping it to activate it.
Yeah.
And like messing around and tapping it, it's like it was a one-time use.
Yeah, it was a one-time use, yeah. But I will say, Cathin's, or actually Isha, since you rolled as high as you did, as you're taking a look at it, you can see it was recently added to this wall. It's not like it was like put there, like carved in there or anything like that. Someone drew this in there probably within the last few days.
Are the markings still there?
They're there, but they are very faint.
Okay.
But you
Are
can-
they in ancient Gelfling or in Uru runes?
There are runes there, but it does seem to be like ancient Gelfling runes.
I know ancient Gelfling.
Yeah,
Can
you
I
do.
Can I understand what this spell was intended for and such?
You can see it is, reading it, it does seem to be a teleportation spell. Essentially just a rune, like literally just like rune for the teleportation spell.
Okay, Isha is going to take out their little notebook and quickly scribble this down, as well as like the actual like
Mm-hmm.
from what they can see of it, and as people start to deliberate, Isha will mutter something about teleportation, Vilyaya,
Mm-hmm.
while making notes in the margin of what could possibly be the areas they can't quite exactly know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Is there anything else y'all would like to do to look around this spot?
I would just like to, based on the interaction that we saw between the person and Atia, based on like just body language, is it more of this person, like what was the body language? Was it like threatening, or was it just like, okay, we gotta go type thing? Like, was there any hostility?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll give you that. It, from what you were able to see, it didn't seem hostile. It did just seem very hurried.
Okay, so she didn't just lure him out here to get fucking teleported and then get murdered knives.
You can assume that. Based on what you saw, it doesn't seem she wants to kill him.
Just a very
It's
roundabout way of fucking getting to the place they need to go.
Pretty much.
If it was only put there a few days ago, Isha's very suspect of this because it was only put there like a few days ago. It's like, why would you intend to do that for what is probably the festival?
Well, I didn't understand that
I'll be
as
right back.
it just was put days ago. I just understood, like, not gonna correct me if I'm wrong, Xavier, but you said that it's
He is
been
going
put
to the
there
bathroom.
recently. Oh, okay. But
Yeah,
I
but it
heard
was recently. It was recently.
Yeah, what I heard was recently, which is normal. Days ago, yeah, I would agree with weird. How the fuck would you have known? Unless there's a bunch of these all around and they specifically prep these type of things for like festivals.
I don't know, I guess it's something to bring up when we get talking to
I-
people.
Cause yeah, I do see something like I find that as normal if it's just like, oh, gotta go get this guy. Hold on, let me drop this here, boom, and then then they come back, they do the thing. And if it was like days ago, then it becomes a thing of like, okay, there might be just a bunch of these all throughout the city
Mhm.
for this specific purpose of like, well, in case
Getting places quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I do agree with that. I think with how needlessly aggro this lady was with getting Asha out is why Isha's kind of more like, this is suspicious. But I did ask Xavier in the chat. But he took his phone with him to go pee.
Yeah.
I love this stupid transparent PNG I found for my possum soda.
Hell yeah.
3 days ago. So the runes were put there 3 days ago.
Interesting.
I don't know, Isha's also just kind of like, it feels weird to have a teleporter thing there for the festival. Like, yes, if it's an urgent matter, sure, but like, no reason to be like all draggy like that.
It seemed such an aggressive way to treat someone of nobility, too.
Yeah.
Ooh, another
That's-
question.
Is that normal? It kind of looks.
No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Not even for thirdborns is that normal behavior. Oh, okay, you're here now. I can ask you in person.
Okay, hi, sorry.
No, you're fine. Because you said it was purple.
Yes.
Can I, with that 23 Arcana, would we be able to tell, like, where on the Vilyaya scale that does? Because I know, like, with headcanons we've talked about before with how magic and thaw works, if it's more aligned with Ra or the, like, the darkening.
Yeah, that is a very good question.
Yeah, I'm glad I remembered.
Yeah. So with that Arcana check from Isha, you would be able to tell. So a teleportation spell that is traditionally, like, for lack of a way to put it, like light Vliaya, light magic. This is on the scale of light to dark. It is much closer to dark.
Yeah, Isha will 100% bring up, like, once again, speaking quietly, because there are people still running around here getting things ready.
Yep.
Like, that was also dark Vilyaya. This doesn't seem like it's a simple, quick need to get to, like, the throne room or something, or study. This is urgent. They kind of, like, tap their little writing utensil against their book before shutting it closed.
Turbo's just gonna punch the wall where it was.
Oh, no, come on. Let's get back to the breakfast, because that was where Modra Kedaya was. Let's get there, wait for her little irrelevant speech to be over, and try and pull her aside.
Damn.
It's irrelevant now.
I mean, just giggling, imagining Isha very loudly saying the Madra in her irrelevant speech.
Listen, she's not the all Modra.
Who cares?
Who even cares? Fucking can't even make sure to have 3 heirs. Fucking one air behavior ass.
Anyway, yeah, as y'all are discussing, also, Termal, when you punch the wall, don't have to roll for that. It's just a wall. It's nothing happens now. But as y'all are talking, you are eventually noticed by what seems to be another Siphon merchant who kind of pokes her head around the corner and asks, "Oh, I didn't. What are you doing away from the hill? I didn't think the guests were allowed to roam yet."
Catherine tenses up and very quickly goes, "Oh, we were just looking for a friend. We can't find them though."
Yes, our guide and host came out this way. We're heading back right now. Do not worry.
"Oh, I can walk back with you." And she comes up to you all. I was heading that way anyway. I can walk back with you.
That'd be greatly appreciated. And not flying up high, but just enough to be off the ground and kind of more shoulder level with the Siphon.
Yeah, and I would say also, just how would you all think your characters are looking after seeing that? Are they visibly surprised or anything?
Isha looks a little thoughtful, but has enough of that hashtag court life to know how to put on an easy smile, oh, haha, a little bit of pretending to be an airhead because they're also used to having to make the adults think that they're stupid so they can have free access to the library at Harar.
God.
I'd say Catherine looks a little worried, but again, noble life. She's a good performer. She knows how to seem just kind of. She's cute. She's cute, and people underestimate her, so she uses that to advantage.
You're also a glutton on the surface. I don't think people are going to be weirded out by you being nervous.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Come on, cat.
There's a big
Turbo
fucking ocean right there. It's okay.
Just has narrowed eyes, so she looks exactly the same as she did before.
Temid probably is keeping a relatively good poker face. If anything, she's got a little bit of a scowl going on, but she kind of always has a little bit of a scowl.
Damn.
Boss is worried about Atia. And is thinking that something big has been happening here lately.
Mm-hmm.
For how long, who's to say?
Who's to say? Yeah.
But just kind of thinking on the logistics of. She doesn't know a lot about magic, but she knows about logistics.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of if that was there, if that method of leaving is there, and Isha said that was put there a while ago, days ago, then it's okay, there's multiple of these probably all scattered all throughout the city.
Mm-hmm.
There is a fine line between paranoia and preparedness, and this seems more like paranoia than anything else. There's also she may not know how the individual relationships within Atia's family and attendants is, but to do that in front of people, that there's a degree of uneasiness that is coming, that Voss feels.
That's fair.
The situation at hand.
Yeah. As you all are starting... That's fair. Yeah, as you all are starting to walk, the Siphon, who will introduce herself as Cora, she looks back and forth between all of you and asks, "Is everything alright, dears? Some of you seem quite startled."
Oh, new to a few of us have either not been in Serenov for a while or haven't been here at all. Just taking in the sights, a little jostled from losing our expected guide, but I'm sure things will settle down once we're all back at breakfast.
She seems satisfied with the explanation and nods and says, well, good thing that I can help you find your way back then.
Yes, quite indeed. Tell me, have you been working out here for the past, few days or so? How long have you been preparing the market for the celebration?
Oh, we've been preparing for weeks now. Every trine. It's feels bigger than the last.
Would Isha know the name of... So that wasn't an ambassador who took Atya.
That was
a captain.
So that was a Sifa captain, but not one that any of you would necessarily be familiar with. Because the Sifa captains, they have authority in the clan, but they're not necessarily, like, notable political figures.
Yeah. Cool. So Isha will start doing that yapping thing and being like, it looks so wonderful here, wondering, have any of the... Because I'm imagining Isha would probably know enough to know, like, that was, like, a sign for a captain.
Yeah.
And be like, we saw our guide walk away with one of the captains. I'm wondering if they've maybe been around the docks for you to know and, like, give a description of the captain, be like, fishing for a name, like, while also, like, layering on so much flattery.
I think Cora is getting a little distracted by the flattery. She's a little flustered, but she does nod and said, oh, that sounds like that must be Captain Dia.
Thank you so much. We just want, know just in case our guide isn't back in time. That way we can, let someone know that, where Atya had went off to.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Captain Dia is a real trustworthy sort.
I'm absolutely certain, just, that way we can, send the lookouts, we are his personal guests after all.
Oh, of course. It's only natural to worry, but I'm sure he's fine, and she will pat Isha's arm reassuringly.
Can I trust this, but, like, I'm gonna insight check.
Go ahead and insight, yeah.
That's a 16.
Isha,
Typing it in chat in case anyone else wants to roll insight.
Isha is rolling scary well.
I have a +5 to insight.
That's true, yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
I'm gonna say that Kath is not gonna roll insight purely because she's walked over to Tamid to see if she's okay, because that's probably not an easy thing to watch.
Yeah.
And also probably stressing her out a fair bit.
Your childhood best friend gets stolen by a captain.
Gets
I
fucking
don't know.
stolen.
I'm about to say, that just happened to 3 people.
Yeah.
To be fair, Kath doesn't know any aside from Damage.
Yeah.
That's fair.
If anyone else wants to roll insight, go ahead and just put that in the chat.
Is Thermal gonna roll insight?
Karma, my love, is that... Oh, okay.
Oh no! Thermal is
Fair
too
enough.
upset.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
For Voss and for Isha, you both get the sense that Cora does believe what she's saying. She does believe Captain Dia is a very trustworthy sort. She means that. But you do kind of get the sense that she might not know Captain Dia all that well, and that's kind of just like a general impression. Because that is about all she really says. Just that Captain Dia is a real trustworthy sort.
Noted.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like something you might say to generally reassure someone who's worried, but like she means it, but that's about all she can really say.
Gosh, yeah. Isha will go back to, like, basic conversation to kind of just, like, keep it flowing so it doesn't seem weird that they just ask that out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and Cora is just going... She is happily chattering back with Isha as she leads you all back. And if any of you, like, stop for a second, she will stop. She will stop and wait for you and be like, oh, aren't we going back to the hill?
She's a walking NPC guide that walks, like, 15 feet ahead and then stops and then starts doing the scripted dialogue at
Yes,
you.
that's exactly what she
Oh my
is.
god, yeah!
That is exactly her vibe.
Oh man.
So if any of you want to stop to try to look at anything else, she is going to stop, and I'll stop as well and ask you if we're not going to the hill.
Okay.
Isha is too busy trying to keep her talking. If anyone else wants to maybe perception check while we're walking around, see what else we can see.
I
If
will.
anything seems off.
I think Cass will look around as well. Not necessarily stop, but like
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
an
yeah.
eye out.
Just the head on the swivel. Ah, dang.
Hell yeah.
What do your rotten eyes see?
What do her
Oh, what do Voss's slow eyes see?
Yeah, wow.
boss is locked the fuck in? I will say, so it might be a bit hard to determine if without stopping to examine every single wall to see if there are more of those portals. So you don't necessarily get a sense that there are more as you're walking by, but again, unless you're stopping to look, you're not going to. But as you are walking through the marketplace, you do see a few more Sifa captains around, kind of like keeping a watch on the merchants. Many of them do have a similar marking on their face as Captain Dia did, but Captain Dia herself is nowhere to be found. And as you are all approaching the hill, as Cora continues leading you all along and yapping almost nonstop with Isha the entire time.
Excellent. They found someone that can keep up with them.
I was going to say, yeah, she can keep up with you easily. It is not clear if she took a breath.
And the same thing with Isha. Isha is clicking all the dialogue option boxes in the wheel.
Yeah. And I will
Oh my
say,
God.
also for Cathin, since this may be so... as you're walking by the ocean, it's specifically... just seeing all of the ships out there. And then you and Boss also would catch a glimpse of the Omaraya as you pass. And at a glance, it doesn't look like there's anyone on the ship right now.
Aww.
And which is mainly notable because that is the Madra's personal ship.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh,
Go to the old Mariah, that'd be really cool.
It'd be really cool if y'all could go to the Omaraya right now, but
Yeah.
Nah.
you can't, because Cora is taking you to the Sunrise Hill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so she takes y'all back to the hill, and as you get there, y'all are kind of catching the tail end of what seems to be the Madra speech.
Oh, our seats were at the front. We're totally just sitting in the standing in the back, and we sidle back in.
Yep. Yep. So you're catching kind of the tail end of it. And you see the Madra in the front is on her stage. She is an older woman who looks a lot like Atja with the same very red hair. And she is wearing an incredibly ornate, crown decorated with flowers, kind of braided into her hair, and then trailing down her back to her cloak. Very, it's a lot. And she is standing there, and she has her arms spread as the sun is starting to rise behind her, or the three suns are starting to rise behind her. And she seemingly is finishing with a flourish and saying, "Thank you for joining us joining me today, so we may take the first step forward towards a brighter, more unified world. Now, enjoy the festival, and may the rose sun light your path." And anyone who would like to can give me a perception check as she seemingly stumbles over her words for a second.
Perception, you said?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, that's a 22.
Yeah, Carmen, you can put that in the session chat.
Cat, please don't play with the dice, please. I need those.
Oh.
She wants to roll.
She wants to roll. Oh my god.
Tapped into the wrong channel.
It's okay, you're fine. You're good. Anyway, yeah, holy shit. Okay, yeah, so Tamid, Voss, and Terminal all see as the Madra kind of visibly stumbles over her words. She seems to be looking to the side and gesturing with her tail as if attempting to cue someone else to join in. And then when no one does anything, that's when she stumbles.
Huh.
Atja was supposed to join.
And then behind her, you three can also see The third councilman, he is back, and so is his dog, which is once again asleep.
The fucking dog.
I don't like that.
No one likes this guy's dog.
I should now see the dog.
Also, you can see the dog now.
Isha's immediately locked in on the dog, but like a kid at a petting zoo.
It'll say, if you want to know what the dog is, you will have to do a nature check.
Absolutely. Nature's wisdom.
I believe nature is intelligence, I could be wrong.
Nature is intelligence. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
I rolled an 18, so that's a 22.
Christ.
Damn.
Anyway, yeah. So Isha, even though you're far away from the dog, you get a good look. You get enough of a look at it to know what it is right away. And that dog is what's called a Rakita. They are.
I knew it.
Very notoriously aggressive dogs, generally found in the Sprighton Plains. And you know they're notoriously aggressive because you have heard many times about how they frequently attack gelflings in the plains, and they are considered not necessarily like predators to the gelflings, but definitely a problem.
Isha's locked the fuck in.
So that is a
God
big,
damn.
dangerous dog just fucking chilling.
Yeah.
And I imagine being a Vaprin, Isha might have heard about the Skeksis attempts to take.
Yes, that is something else that you specifically would have heard of, is that the Skeksis lords have been trying for many trines now to tame Rakitas for use as like pets and guard dogs. As far as you're aware, no one has succeeded because they are just so insanely aggressive.
Isha's locked the fuck in.
I'm gonna post a picture of a Rakita in the chat.
I love them. I genuinely, I love them.
Oh
so
my
much.
god.
Big
They're
fuck
so
ass
cool.
dog.
They're so
I
fucking
love
cool.
this. So cool.
But this one is seemingly just fucking chilling.
I really don't like that. I really don't like that.
Yeah, Isha doesn't like that, but on the opposite end of the spectrum of it's sparked their curiosity.
No one likes this fuck ass dog.
Isha does in a way.
Anyway, so as the speech seemingly comes to an end, all of the other gathered guests and the Seafins are applauding, and Madra Kadia bows a little bit, and then seemingly like kind of turns back to her, lowers her arms and turns back to speak with her council members. And I'll write on that previous perception check from Voss, Termel, and Tamid. She is like visibly fidgeting with her sleeves as she does. Alright, so you all have a moment, and after a second, one of the council members, this other older woman with very dark brown skin and like thick curly silver hair, she kind of steps forward and clears her throat and calls out to the guests to join her on the docks, and shortly within the next 10 minutes they will be beginning the tour of the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, Acha's ignoring that and kind of, once again, doing the same thing as earlier, flying above the crowd, but making sure the rest of them can see them as they start, like, slowly making their way over to where Madra Kadia is. Which it's not stealthy, they are just flying above the crowd, so their beeline is very
They're
obvious.
fucking beelining for her. And at this point, Cora has wished y'all well and split off into the crowd.
Yeah. That's fair.
And okay, so Isha is making a fucking beeline for the Madra. So what are the rest of y'all doing in this moment?
Boss is
Following.
Isha.
So can you repeat that, Joey?
Boss is following Isha.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Just want to make sure I heard you right.
You,
about-
really quick, you said that the one with the dog has white hair, right?
Yes, he has very long white hair.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Got it. I think I know what you were looking at. Anyway.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so, yep, as y'all are making your way through the crowd, what are Cathin and Tamit doing? Are y'all also following?
Kath is just staying very close to Tabit because she feels very embarrassed that they came in late, like very obviously late. So
Oh.
she's like, okay, I'm just gonna stay with everyone.
Aw.
Tamid will decidedly follow but she's staring more so at the council member with the dog than she is staring at like the Madra, which
Yeah. So the council member with the dog seems to be speaking with the Madra, but after a moment, he does look up and make direct eye contact with you, Tamid.
Oh,
Oh,
And he will smile very pleasantly as he reaches down to scratch the dog's head.
huh. I don't like him.
that's so unsettling.
We hate this man. And then Cal in the chat just needs him carnally.
Yes. I'm gonna break his old man bones.
Jesus.
I believe in you. You can do it.
You can do it.
Thanks.
Anyway, so then the councilwoman who just spoke, she is leaving the stage, seemingly to go down to the docks to begin the tour. Kind of a little rushing. Like, she's doing that thing where, like, you pick up the edge of your skirt a bit so that you can run faster.
Yeah.
And as she is leaving, the Madra and the other two council members seem to be kind of gathering themselves and preparing to leave as well, going in the opposite direction towards the Omaraya. But then, as you all approach, Madra Kadia looks up and sees you coming, and no need to roll for this. For a split second, she goes from, like, nervous to irritated, and then back into, like, kind of a neutral expression.
Oh,
Oh man.
She is not... She didn't do a good job hiding that. Y'all can just see that plainly.
I think she noticed our absence.
Yeah, well,
Hey guys, I think she noticed we skipped her full speech.
well,
See,
listen,
that's what Kat's worried about.
he just seems unbothered as, they will stay at least, like, they won't get onto the stage, they'll, like, kind of stop, like, at the end, still fluttering up so they're, like, eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Roger, dear, we, need a very important and quick private word. If you don't mind, it's, they'll make sure to lower their voice so that if anyone overhears, it's hopefully just the council members aside from the party. It's about where Asha has gone off to.
Go ahead, Isha, since you're closest and you're directly speaking to her, can you roll me an insight?
Absolutely. Dang, just a 15.
That's enough. When you say Atja's name, there is, like, kind of a flash, I guess is the right word, in her eyes for a second. And then she smiles, and you can tell it's that kind of forced, pleasant, courtly smile. And she says, "Excellent. I was just about to summon you all to discuss that myself. Why don't you join me on the Omaraya? I believe we have much to discuss." And she is visibly tense as she's speaking to you all.
Oh.
Yes, absolutely, and apologies for missing your speech. We got concerned about where he was going, but I think you'll find it was probably for the best that we did.
Well, Isha, you can tell right away. She kind of gives you a look of, like, sure, like, I don't believe that anything you just said. Like, sorry, we missed it.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
like,
yeah, no, because Isha doesn't fully mean that.
yeah. But she does wave ahead and says, "No matter, just come with me. As you said, this is a conversation best had in private."
Kat is sweating.
And the old man and his dog will also they get up to join y'all on the way to the Omaraya, while the third council member, kind of a younger one with short black hair, runs off to go assist the other one with the tour, after bowing respectfully and apologizing for their abrupt departure.
Boss will make sure that she is always in between this fucking dog and Aisha.
Oh yeah, Isha is keeping themselves like on the opposite side of Voss from that fucking dog. Isha is curious, but is like, that's a predator.
Does Isha tell anyone in the group or try to indicate what this is to anybody?
I mean, real talk, I think Voss just knows what the fuck this is, right?
That's fair, probably, yeah. Seeing it up this close, you would know what it is.
In theory, would Tamid also?
You've traveled around enough, I would say.
Okay.
Kath just doesn't. Let's be real. Kath isn't gonna want to get near anything this big.
And that's fair.
She's staying so close to Dammit. Like, I don't like this.
Yeah, and I'll say for Termal, you are very familiar with Elder Lindo and his fuck-ass dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say, anyone who would like to roll an animal handling real quick to kind of get a sense of the dog's vibes as it is following after him?
Oh, I absolutely will.
I believe that's charisma?
I believe animal handling is wisdom?
Animal handling
It's
is
wisdom.
wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom, yeah. That's a 6.
Nat 20, holy shit.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Voss is checked the fuck in. This is part of her job.
She got all the bad rolls out, and now she's good. Yep, okay. Did you also want to roll Karma?
Sorry, I got distracted.
No, it's okay. Yeah, did you want to roll animal handling for getting a sense of the dog's vibes? And the Rakita, I mean.
What side of 5e?
That is wisdom.
13.
Okay. Alright. So Voss gets the clearest sense right away. She is locked the fuck in, as we've said. The Rakita is completely docile. It is completely obedient and following after seemingly its handler. And you, Voss, you also get the sense as you look at it and its movements, it seems, I think the best word would probably be mindless. Like, it doesn't seem to be making a very conscious decision to step and follow him. And Tamid, you also get the sense that it is completely docile, but you don't get the sense that it is mindless.
Interesting. I'm not a fan.
No one likes this man and his fuck-ass dog.
Yeah.
I have a lot of thoughts about this man and his fuck-ass dog.
Yeah, no problem, Joe. Go ahead. Yeah. We will take a second. And yeah, I think perhaps this is going to take multiple sessions after all, because, whoops.
We're too excited!
We're having fun, and that's what matters.
Fun!
Yeah!
And think, it's gonna take 2 sessions and we went off script about it.
And that's fine. And you know what? That is fine.
I will also be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I love you all. I'm glad. Actually, I should have. What do you want?
Can you give me a strawberry shortcake?
Of course, yes.
Just turns to Xavier, touches fingers together. Can I have a tweet? Yeah, everyone's about to see Isha go into mean girl court behavior.
I'm so excited for her to bully this grown-ass woman.
Yeah, Isha's about to bully Madra Kadea, because like I told Xavier before, like he's gonna bring up the fact it's like, oh, you had 2 kids. First off, what the fuck, why are you only having 2? Have 1 or 3, get with the program. But you're a Madra, you need to at least make sure you have 3 heirs, and this right here is some 1 heir behavior.
God, so fucking.
Isha is going to cause an international incident.
It's that meme that's like no bitches but no heirs.
Yeah.
No heirs?
No heirs?
No. Thermal 100% agrees with this. This is just hard talk in drenching.
Oh yeah,
terms.
this is going to be a moment I think where Isha earns Thermal's respect a little bit. Because it's
Thermal
like
thinks for a moment, I won't push this loser into a locker.
Yet.
yet.
Yes.
They have earned me to stay my hand. Also, welcome back, Joey. All right.
And now we're waiting for Para.
Yeah.
Also, my food did just get here, so
Go get your food. Go get your food. Very, very pleased by how and when y'all have gone off script so far. Partly because now I don't have to read the whole speech I wrote from Adrakadia.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm imagining, Isha's too focused on the situation at hand, but I am imagining, a little quick thing is that, if we had not gone off script and stayed for the speech and then got summoned up, Isha would have made eye contact with Ambassador Kira and flipped them off as they followed behind Madra Kadea. But because they have a mission now.
They have a mission now. I will say, for funny, when y'all did come back, Isha, I think you probably would have seen Ambassador Kira in the crowd, and she made eye contact with you again and did the once again kind of like what the fuck gesture. Like,
probably more angry because they were very obviously
like angry, yeah, very angry. But then suddenly you're going up to the Madra to talk to her, and she has to leave for her other shit she's doing in the festival.
Oh, panicked.
And she can't like keep an eye on you.
That is a panicked guardian right there.
Yep. Yeah. Also, yeah, no problem there. Yeah, go get food. Oh, food. Yes. Good. Yeah. Anyway, yep. So y'all can try to make small talk with Isha or with Kadia or the councilman as you're walking to the Omaraya. But Madra Kadia's answers are all going to be very clipped and to the point. And if you ask anything more than like small talk, she's going to say, "Let's wait until we're in private."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Kath isn't saying a damn thing. Kath is like, oh.
Nah, Isha's gone into court formalities mode and is like not continuously yapping as they've done before, but like just occasionally punctuating with some small talk to like try and ease the tension so it's not so like obviously we're just walking in silence. And also that way it's like, oh, if anyone else is passing by while they're like finishing last minute preparations for something, they'll just see like casual small talk going on.
Yeah, I will say the councilman is very happy to make small talk with you. And
Yeah, Isha will take the bait.
and he will introduce himself to all of you as Elder Lindo. And
Yeah.
I will say, Termal, that name is very familiar to you in particular. But yeah, he's very just making small talk, asking how you're all enjoying the festival, and smiling as he listens to your answers.
Yeah, Isha will make it very clear. Too bad Kira's not here for this fucking moment. Make it very clear, like talking about how much they enjoyed the breakfast and making a point to say, "Oh, it reminds me of my father's cooking," and like bring up the point he was half Siphon.
Wow, fascinating. And he will, again, he's, without rolling, he does seem genuinely very interested in everything you're saying. No worries, Para.
Isha's just, if anyone's paying close enough attention, Isha seems to actually get a little bit more, like, genuine, like, nostalgia-y when talking about their, either of their dads, either Elaine or Keisha.
That's cute. Very sweet.
Yeah. But yeah, Isha's just keeping up the small talk.
That's fair.
No one else wants to bring up small talk.
If no one else wants to make small talk with the old man or the Madra, that's fine.
Isha will take one for the team.
Take one for the team and talk to this old bitch.
Yeah. Because we sure as hell don't want to. I don't like that bitch.
The vibes are off.
they're so off, and I do think Isha might be doing that similar thing where he's like, oh, chatter, 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 slip in like a tiny personal question here and there, just to like get more information like about himself instead of just talking about the festival or like Serenade in general. Nothing like too deep.
Do you ask ever about the Rikita?
I don't think Isha will ask about the Rikita yet, but will make some like just every now and then like a little comment. Oh, you know, your Rikita is like, and like fully calling it a Rikita, so Isha obviously knows what it is. Like, very well mannered, like kind of like slight flattery, like making it like I'm aware of what the fuck you have.
He is genuinely very flattered and thanks you, and he tells the group, oh yes, thank you. Yes, I'm very proud of my dear friend's progress. I've been training him and the rest of his pack for many trine now, and I dare say I've finally cracked the code, so to speak, on how to make them suitable for suitable companions. Yeah, rest of his pack. You heard that, right?
Don't like that.
Isha will do this thing where it's like the rest of the party can see their actual facial expression of like fear, like a little like a fear smile, but they flip out their like tail fan and like kind of like fan it in front of their face like a court lady to like hide their actual expression. And like kind of like do like a forced laughter. That's so incredibly interesting. I'm sure the Lords would love to hear about that once you perfected the process.
Oh, absolutely. And I've been in communication with the Lords about this already. They are very pleased. And he will also, through the general small talk, will mention that he has been Madra Kadia's advisor for the past 5 trine now. But before that, he was a healer for the clan in general. Or healer and Beastmaster specifically, sorry.
Isha has made note of the time frame.
Yeah.
And I'll wait a sec for Para, but if no one else wants to make any small talk or try to... Or actually, if you don't want to make small talk while you're walking, I will also allow you to roll any checks you might want to for trying to suss out the vibes from either of them a bit more, or looking around, checking your surroundings. If anyone would like to.
I do think Isha wants to vibe check them.
Vibe check who?
Just like both Madra Kadea and Elder Lindo.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think I would also like to vibe check these two. She is not a fan of the things that are happening right now.
He's just a nice old man and his dog.
No, my D20.
Vas will, without really looking at him, I guess just keep walking. Let's just say, how do you domesticate a Rikita?
Oh, it's not a simple process, truly. It takes a long time. But I have raised my dear boy here and his pack from birth, and that certainly was part of it.
He's not acting like a Rikita.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
She'll say he's not acting like a Rikita.
Well, he's a little tired today. He was up quite late last night, assisting me with festival preparations.
Are Rikitas night hunters or day hunters?
They are generally nocturnal.
Rikita are nocturnal.
Elder Lindo just smiles and says, "Right you are."
Remind me what check it is that we were rolling to vibe check.
Insight. Yeah.
Thank you.
The general vibe check skill.
Yeah, that's...
Seeing that he doesn't really elaborate on the fact that, like, this is a night animal.
Mm-hmm.
It should be perked up.
Yeah.
it should be perked up. And the fact that she said that it is a packed animal and he didn't react means that he probably knows that this fucking dog is fucked.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption, perhaps.
I don't even have to roll to know this man's vibes are rancid.
Yeah, that is true. I will
Yeah.
say, Termal, you do also know. Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Okay, that's the thing. Termal, you would also know in general, just because you spend so much time with Atja, that he does work very closely with Atja. So, you may not like his vibes, but you know Atja trusts him.
Termal, talk to your boyfriend about picking better friends.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, and then...
She doesn't have a choice. Who Atcha makes friends with? Just take Isha for example.
Hi.
They just call each other friends. It's like the friendly, like, oh yes, my friend. Isha thinks they're actually friends. Atcha's just being polite.
Got it. Anyway, sorry for talking over you. What were you saying, Joey?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
Okay, just want to check in. Okay. Alright, so for the insight on Elder Lindo, Tamid, you get the sense right away that... so while Mandrakadia is clearly, like, very stressed out and agitated, Elder Lindo is very calm right now. And in fact, he is just having a nice day. And when y'all mention the things you know about these dogs, the Rakita, he gets the hint that Voss is kind of putting down about it's like, this is weird, and kind of a correct assumption. He knows it's weird, he's not denying that, but unless someone confronts him on that directly, he's not going to elaborate.
Yeah, fair.
And then for Madrikadia, again, any attempts to talk to her are very clipped and to the point. And she is just going to keep saying, we'll talk about that in private, seemingly getting more agitated the more anyone tries to talk to her. And then, alright, so we'll go ahead, we'll cut over to once we get to the Omaraya. She won't stop to help anyone up on the ship. She is just gonna go ahead and expect y'all to be following right after her.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And for what the Omaraya looks like, as a fun note, the Omaraya is an absolutely massive ship. It looks, for the most part, like just a normal ship, except just fucking huge. But there are parts of the hull that are clearly either made from coral or have coral kind of added to it as decoration.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'll say, Isha, you would know this both from your father's stories and from the reading you've done. The Omaraya, the ship itself, is partly alive. And the coral is part of it.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah. Isha looks like, oh, it has that look of like, oh, it's very pretty, but like, that like, oh, I know some things, but not gonna bring it up right now. It's not the time.
Yeah, the Omaraya is alive. That's their... It's not a secret, but... Yep, so Mandrakadia touches down on the deck. Now there are some other Gelflings milling about on the deck, like crew members just running around. Mandrakadia doesn't really acknowledge any of them and just walks past them over to presumably her personal quarters, like the captain's quarters.
Yeah, Isha just casually just a flutter up to get up onto the deck.
Mm-hmm.
No one has to help them. That way also they can keep up with Madrakadaya.
Yeah, I will say Elder Linda will stop to help anyone who needs help getting up on the deck.
Take help from the old man.
I'd say Kath probably needs help. Her back's probably aching at this point.
Aw.
Girlie is in pain.
Well, then he will
Well,
take.
that's what Tam is.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Mm,
I don't know. I don't think Kath would probably take help from Linda. Probably go to Tamid for help.
He offers his hand, and you look to Tamid with big wet eyes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hamid is going to like climb up and then immediately turn around and help Catherine up.
Yeah.
Get your girl.
Yeah, she's gonna get her girlfriend.
Yeah.
Turtle is somewhat familiar with getting on this ship, so
Yeah, she doesn't need help. And I will say, Voss probably hasn't been on the Omarai specifically, but I don't think she would have a difficult time getting up on her own. Alright,
To the personal quarters.
yes. So once everyone is on the ship, we will be, you're all, just, not necessarily ushered, like Elder Lindo is kind of gently ushering y'all towards the Madra's quarters. He'll open the door for you all, and once everyone is inside, he will close it behind him, and his dog is going to wait outside.
Good.
And he kind of like clicks his tongue at the Rakita, and it, without making any noise, just kind of lies down and puts its head on its paws.
Well-trained dog.
When the dog is kept left outside, Kath does visibly relax.
No one likes this man's dog.
No.
Why would we?
I was like, can you blame Kath for that?
What the dog doing?
What that dog doing?
Yep. So within the Madra's quarters, at least in the room that you enter, it's essentially her study. You can see her desk in the middle of it. There are a few other desks to the side, presumably for the council members, if you had to make a guess. And right now, the Madra herself is seated at one of the desks, and standing with her is actually the Mariner, Termal's boss, who seemingly was waiting for her to get back.
Isha immediately bows to the Mariner, like deep flourishing bow, feet on the floor.
The Mariner will dip her head back to you.
Voss stands by the door, but gives a bow when she comes in.
Kath's gonna follow their lead as well.
Turtle is going to do her usual respectful greeting, bow to the Mariner.
As if the Mariner dips her head back to all of you, but doesn't say anything. Though she does kind of look at Turtle for a second and kind of quirk an eyebrow at you. So you're not close to the Mariner, but she does do this sometimes. She'll just kind of like look at you and kind of make a face as though kind of trying to get your vibe in the situation, see how you're feeling. So how would you say Termal is feeling in this moment? We'll see how well she rolls. That's fair. Yeah. After a moment, she just kind of nods to you again and turns away and stops just staring you down. Right, once you were all in here, at her desk, Madra Gadia just sits there for a second with her head in her hands, and then she looks up at all of you, at least just a second, and she says, "Where is my son?"
See, we don't know the exact where, however, we did see the who and what happened.
She squints a little at you, and what happened?
During breakfast, Captain Dia, we have learned that the came and said that you had urgent matter to discuss with that, and corded him off rather roughly. So we, as his guests and past friends, future friends, followed. We then saw her do something, it would stalk the, kind of like looks at Skeksaw, the mariner, for a moment and like focuses back on the cadet. It was some sort of teleportation magic using Dark Vilyaya, and like will pull out their notebook to show the like kind of like walk over to Madra Kadea to show like the runes and stuff that they saw, the way she can verify, because they're assuming that as the Madra of the Seathan that she has some knowledge about Vilyaya and such.
As you approach Madra Kadea and show her your like sketch of the teleportation rune, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Abso-fucking-lute. God damn it. 14.
Just a second. Yeah. Okay. As you hold it up for her and she kind of looks it over, her expression is, she is upset. You don't get the sense that that means too much of anything to her, but she does look it over as you hold it up for her. And then she furrows her brow and looks back at the rest of you and says, "So the captain said that I summoned him?"
Yes.
And that's not just the excuse that he gave you before he decided to slip away.
The captain approached us personally.
Right. She sighs and kind of like rubs her forehead. The vibe of it's like, I have a migraine coming on.
I mean, that's fair.
And says,
Understandably.
"And you're saying you saw him snatched away into a portal?"
Yes, Captain Dia approached a wall down in the place, looked around, ensured no one was watching, didn't see us, poor eyesight for the captain, but then activated the rune and dragged Achan's.
She rolls her eyes and then extends a hand to Isha and just says sharply, "Show me. Dream fast with me."
Oh, absolutely. Isha has no problem. That's dapper up.
Dapper up, fam.
No, it is like a very polite, once again, in the courtly manners, like very polite, grabbing her hand, doing like the full like underhand grab to drink that with her.
Okay. And I will say the Arcana check for attuning with her to perform this dream fast is just going to be a 13, because she is also very eager to do this.
Well, it's a good thing I have a +5 and rolled an 8.
Oh my god, holy shit. Alright, let's see. And also a good thing that only half the Gelflings involved need to pass, because she got a 4.
Oh my god.
How'd she get to be a Madra? Fuck is this?
Alright, so as you're dream fasting, are you showing her the full interaction with Captain Dia, or are you just showing her the kidnapping?
I'm showing her the initial interaction. Isha is very much not showing their quip about
They cut
there
that
looks
bit
like,
out.
there looks like there's a hard cut in the video. But it's like, it probably just only looks like in a few seconds, but yeah, like showing them deciding to follow, not showing that the thing with the guards or like the music from Cathan, and then like going through the streets and then what they saw with that. I will also say, Isha does not know that that Elder Lindo was there and had disappeared. Isha has no frame of context for that.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. And do you attempt to see anything from Madra Kadea, or are you just letting her see this memory? Because in this moment you are attuned to her and you can peer into her mind.
Yeah. I do think Isha wants to do some digging.
Okay. So I'll say, so generally with dream fasting, it is a mutual thing. Generally speaking, both Gelflings just have access to each other's memories. So at first, when you kind of try to push to see something from Madrigadia, you do feel a bit of a pushback, as though she is trying to keep you from looking into her mind. So if you want to continue, you would then roll another Arcana check.
Yeah, I'm rolling. What? Don't.
Don't.
It's like, it is very much childling. Don't hide shit from me.
Oh.
That is fucking, I thank you, Dion Dice. I've been rolling a lot of 18s today, so that's, this is Arcana?
Yep.
So that's a 24.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You will not hide from me.
Damn, alright, yeah. So you feel that bit of pushback, and in a moment of, as you put it, like, childish kind of entitlement, Isha pushes past Madrigadia's mental shields, I guess you could call it, and you immediately see a bit of a portion of a memory that you get the sense is from very recently, perhaps like the day before. You don't see the full memory, you see just essentially the tail end of it. You see from her eyes she is in her office here on the Omaraya sometime late in the day, and Atjet is standing in front of her, and he has his arms crossed, he's fiddling a bit again with his gloves, and he looks upset about something, and you can hear Madrigadia telling him it's not his place to worry about these things, and to focus on just doing his part and stop trying to undermine her. And he kinda takes a breath and nods and just says, "Yes, my Madra." And then that's when the memory ends as Madrigadia yanks out of the dream fast.
Isha will kind of do the polite, like, hands clasped behind the back, like they didn't just do something, even though they know they were caught doing shit, and, like, takes a polite step back after that, like, okay.
And then she snaps at Isha and says, "Don't do that."
Well, I just needed to see if you had any potential thoughts of what could have happened as well. Seems you might have a little unhappy situation at home, but we're not going to delve into that at this moment.
Fully coming out swinging with the bullying. She just glares at Isha for a second, and then shakes her head and says, "You're right, that is not relevant," but she trails off for a second, and then sighs and says, "All right. I suppose it does appear to be a kidnapping." Looks like he put a lot of effort into his little stunt this time. But
I'm sorry, Madrigadia, but I highly doubt this was a quote-unquote stunt for Matcha. He looked like he didn't want to go to this conversation, especially... Well, now I can kind of see there was tension before. But as you saw, he did not want to go and talk to you about an urgent matter. He was nervous about it the whole time, so I don't think that this was his choice. And as someone who's around court all day and understands when people really don't want to be there, I do think that perhaps our instincts might be correct on this in saying that this was definitely a kidnapping.
definitely a she says, like, definitely a kidnapping, but, like, in quotes, like, fully does not believe that. Just... she puts her head in her hands for a second, and then she sighs, and before she can speak, Elder Lindo chimes in, and he says, "Well, that's very troubling news indeed, but well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation, and the prince is fine, and we will be able to find him shortly, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll be fine." And then Madrigadia, then just, like, snaps in his direction and says, don't talk over me. And then she looks over at all of you, and she says, So you are convinced it is a kidnapping, and I agree. It does look like one, but... And she seems to be, like, kind of at a loss for words, like, even as she is kind of in the middle of trying to go on, like, a tirade. Because she saw it for herself, but... And then she just, shakes her head again, and just says, right, yes. So it appears to be a kidnapping, but how do you know that it wasn't staged, and he's not just pretending? That this is not another one of his self-important little tantrums?
Kath kind of, like, really tenses up, because, like, what? She's very confused why Heta's parent isn't worried and is claiming that this is a tantrum.
Yeah,
She's kind of glances at the others like, what?
Yeah, Isha just like kind of fully, not even trying to maskate it, raises a brow, very unimpressed, and then looks back at Tomid, Termo, and Boss, and like, well, I'm sure me and the, kind of stops, looks at Catherine, trying to remember her name for a moment.
Damn.
Wow.
Me and kind of like flies over to Coffin. We were new here, and we just recently met Archer ourselves, but I'm sure the other three know him more personally and can vouch for the fact that this was not normal behavior for him.
Maybe not from your perspective, but you don't know him like I do. You all may be his little friends, or close enough to that, but I'm the one who has to work with him every day.
Visibly bristle when she says that.
Yeah, Kath is bristling too.
Damn.
Tama does start bristling because what the fuck do you mean I don't know this guy? I knew this guy when he was a wee fucking lad.
We got arrested together once. That's a good
We got
bonding
arrested
experience.
together once. If anybody knows about his crimes, it's me. Come on now. He would tell me before he did something like this.
He would have told me if he was going to get kidnapped on
Or,
purpose.
you know, his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, or his girl. Like, there's no.
Yeah, but she does seem like she keeps stopping, like, kind of floundering a little bit, but is still determinedly just being aggro about it and insisting that somehow this is Adja's fault.
Yeah.
And then, I'm fully blank on dialogue. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, in that pause, Vaz steps forward a little bit and says, regardless of whether it was planned by him or not, we can go and find him for you.
That does seem to relax her a little bit. And as Voss says that, can everyone give me a quick perception check?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Well, I think the experiment for this set of dice has gone very well.
Damn, yeah. Karma, my love, can you also give me another perception? Okay, so Isha, Cathin, and Termil will notice this. So this whole time, even when Madra Kadia like snapped at him, Elder Lindo has had this like very pleasantly like neutral little smile on his face, like unbothered. As Voss offers to says like we can go find him, for a moment he and the Mariner turn and look at each other. Oh. And you see for a moment, so the Mariner's face, it's hard to kind of tell expressions on her face most of the time, but Termal, you're used to kind of trying to pick her expressions because you work with her and knowing her mood is important for your job. You can tell she seems very amused by this entire interaction. And, which also, to be fair, that is not unusual for her because she thinks any problems the Gelflings are having is funny. Meanwhile, for a moment, Elder Lindo looks excited, and then goes back to his very neutral expression. As he
they're just really cunty mean girls.
They're just really cunty little mean girls.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the fucking emojis in the chat. But yeah, when Voss says to go find, that they will go find Prince Atja, she kind of like visibly deflates at that, but in relief, it seems. And she says, "Thank you, yes, that's what I was getting at." Look, regardless of if it wasn't staged or was, I need him for the festival. I need him to come back here and do his part. And she kind of shakes her head a bit and just says, "Yes, you all can go find him, and I need him back before the end of the festival."
Can you give us any documentation in case anyone stops us, so that we can access other places that we may need to go?
She nods and kind of starts going through her desk a bit, pulls out a piece of parchment and quickly writes something down and stamps it and hands it to you. And at a glance, it's essentially a permit for you all, just saying that you have permission to wander around Serena as you please, because you are on official business from the Madra.
Voss bows and
You okay?
then steps back towards the door again, without turning her back on her.
Did Voss take the permit? Because if not, Isha will.
She handed it to Voss.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isha's eyeing that permit so hard.
God. Yep. And then
puts it inside her armor.
That's fair. Yeah, that's literally, yeah, you get a permit. Yeah. And then, in the moment, Elder Lindo chimes in again and he says, "Well, that's wonderful. I'm sure that we'll find the prince safe and sound soon enough. Thank you all so much for your help." And he clasps his hands together. And then,
Sorry, what did he said that? What did he say?
so he basically just said, like, well, it's wonderful that you were all going to go find the prince. I'm sure you'll find him safe and sound soon enough, and everything will be all right.
Kath is so disturbed by how nonchalant everyone is.
Yeah.
And as Elder Lindo says that, Madra Kudia, like, visibly rolls her eyes and sits back in her chair and mutters something under her breath.
Can I a perception check to see if I hear it?
Absolutely. Anyone who would like to roll perception to see if they hear that can go right ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I do not
No.
perceive.
Damn. Damn. Oh my. Damn, it is locked in.
Timid in her 4 years.
Yep. Tamid, you in particular do clock this of muttering essentially under her breath about, again, just the idea of like him throwing a tantrum and trying to ruin her festival for her.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I'm gonna kill this woman.
Oh, so lucky Isha didn't hear that. Everyone got to
Yeah.
drag Isha out.
I mean, if Tamid wants to alert anyone that she heard that, that is your prerogative.
Look, I imagine this is on the way as we're walking out.
Not just yet. She said that as Elder Lindo was thanking you, so she hasn't like fully dismissed you just yet.
What did she say?
Tamid caught that she was just muttering under her breath about, like, when Elder Linda was like, I'm sure we'll find him safe and sound, she basically is just like, oh, I'm sure you'll find him when he's done throwing his little tantrum and ruining my festival.
Yeah. Tamid is not going to alert anybody about the fact that she said that right now. However, she is going to drop the dirtiest look. Like, just the most, almost the way that a parent looks at a child who just, like, spoke way out of turn. That kind of look. Like, almost disciplinary look at this Madra right now.
At this woman who's probably twice your age.
Exactly. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I love you, Tamid.
She does not even look back at Tamid. She still has just, like, kind of, like, resting her head in one hand and kind of waving you all off with the other, a very, very casual dismissal. And she says, I'm not sure where he might have gone this time, but if you need a place to start, you might be able to find something in his quarters. And then gestures vaguely in Termal's direction. I'm sure that one knows where that is.
Nope. Damn.
Was
That one?
Yeah, yeah, you're that one.
That one? I'm about to throw hands.
The vibes are so rancid from her.
I am about to throw hands with this old ass woman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Joey?
Boss bows and takes her leave.
That's fair.
Goes out. She opens the door for everybody to follow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you all are leaving, Elder Lindo is going to get to his feet and offer to see you all off the Omaraya before he goes to rejoin the other council members.
Well, we don't know how long we're going to take checking Acha's quarters. You might want to go ahead, but perhaps we'll see you down on the festival grounds.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. And he smiles very pleasantly and puts a hand on your shoulder, Isha. And says, just seeing in the chat. And thank you again. I apologize for the good Madra's behavior. She's just under a lot of stress, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Oh yes, I'm quite certain being down to one hair can do that to a Madra. And like, goes to follow Termal.
God. And, oh yeah, and then the last thing before y'all head out, Madra Gadia does call after you that she wants you to report back to her during lunch and just tell her what you found.
Okay.
Alright, so now that we're through all that, fine. Okay, so how the rest of this is going to go is, so y'all did miss the tour. You are not getting the tour of Serenah.
That's okay.
Because Madra Kadia held you there during the whole tour.
To be fair, most of us, I think, most of us know this place. At least decently well.
Isha and Catherine are the only ones who have no familiarity with the city.
Yeah.
Isha's so fucking pissed.
I was gonna say, Isha studied a map and Kath isn't leaving Tamid.
Yeah. So right now it's essentially free time in the festival, so the guests are just kind of allowed to wander around as they please. So during each event block in the festival, y'all will have the opportunity to either investigate one location or essentially interrogate one person.
Mm-hmm.
So you've been given the hint of going to Atja's quarters first, but you can beyond that you can kind of go have free reign. Oh, and then also, you can still attend the events if you want to. You will get some information from attending the events, but not as much as if you are actively investigating and looking for the prince.
Makes sense.
Yeah, fair.
I will say straight up out the gate, when it comes to the events, Isha does want to participate in them just because Isha is putting up the air to the public so they don't draw suspicion to themselves too much, that since they've been seen as a group to act as normal, but also because Isha feels like if they can get if they have anyone they suspect, they're better at people, so being in the throng of the events, they feel like they have a better chance of inciting or talking and such.
That's fair.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Turbo is locking the fuck in.
Understandable. Yep. But right now, you are all free to go wherever. At just quarters specifically, Terma would know this very well. Even though she was very rude about it, the Madra was right that Terma would know where his quarters are. And they are located in the lighthouse in the top left corner of the map of Serenah.
Interesting. So we're the end of the running of this.
Yep.
Is there a castle in this town?
No. There is no, castle. Normally, the royal family lives all in the Omaraya.
Okay, so they live in the ship.
Essentially, yeah, but Atja specifically lives out in the lighthouse.
Yeah. Voss will look at Termo and say, take us to his quarters.
She is already on the move.
Off we go, yeah.
Yeah.
Off we go.
Walk following Termo.
Isha is also following along. I also imagine, just because of the size differences in the group, that Termal's probably on point for leading, and then Tomid and Voss are on the outsides, and then fucking Cathan and Isha are in the middle, buffalo herding their babies to the center.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Protected in the middle.
Nah,
Excellent.
Voss doesn't give a fuck about Cathan. Voss gives a fuck about Isha.
That's fair.
That's
Oh
okay.
yeah, it's Tomid, and then Cathan and Isha and Voss. Kind of.
Voss only cares about Isha the same way that Tamid only cares about Cathan.
Not in the same way. Isha's, it's literally a job.
No,
That's
I know,
fair.
but I more meant
It's the
If
same
you
kind of
should-
vibe of, you all can deal with yourselves, this is the person I'm looking after.
yeah.
That's
this,
fair.
This is my.
That's fair.
This is mine. Everybody else is your own problem.
As
That's
they're
fair.
Walking, Voss looks at Isha as they're walking and says, fly low.
Yes, I'll stick to the ground. Very,
The
sloths at the
amount
ground
of
with their
disgust
feather tail.
in that.
God.
Yeah, they have, you know how, some moths have the, really long, ornate bits hanging off their wings? Kind of like some butterflies do for, when predators try and grab them? Isha has those, so they don't like walking on the ground and getting them dirty.
Fair enough. Oh my goodness. Alright. Alright, so as y'all are going to Atja's quarters, do y'all want to just kind of look around in general as you go, or are you just kind of focusing on getting over there?
Isha's gonna be looking.
Anybody who would like to roll to look around in general can go ahead and give me perception.
If it slows us down, Voss will grab Isha.
That's fair.
Move him along. If it doesn't slow us down, then I'll take a gander.
Yeah, I'll say if you choose to stop and look around longer, that would slow you down. I would say that'd be more insight or investigation. For just general looking, that's not going to slow you down. So 18 from Isha. Alright. Would you like to roll as well, Karma, my dear?
I think Termal is too focused on its task.
That's fair. Alright, so Isha, you the only one who catches it, probably also because you're a little bit up.
Just the tiniest bit
Just
up.
the tiniest bit up. You're mainly just seeing, again, many gelflings still milling around. It is the free time block, quote unquote, so the guests are just kind of allowed to go wherever they want right now. So no one really seems to be sparing any of you a glance. So they're just like... So, like right now the permit wouldn't be needed, for example. You're just kind of allowed to go wherever. And you do notice, again, there are a lot of those Sifa captains around. Still don't quite see Captain Dia anywhere if you're looking out for her.
Yeah, that would be someone I'm looking out for.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then... And, alright, and when you finally get up to the lighthouse where Atja's quarters are, Chermel knows, where the, like, spare key is hidden, basically, and how to let them in, so there's no need to roll anything for that. She has been here with Atja many times. And, yeah. If anyone wants to ask it about that, you feel free, but
Now is not the time for teasing.
That's fair. Because I will, yeah, fair enough. Alright, so going on up into Atja's rooms, they're kind of near the, like, middle of the tower, so there's a couple flights of stairs to get there. So Atja's quarters are essentially about the size of, like, a one-bedroom apartment. There's, like, one bedroom, like, presumably the bedroom that's closed off from a door. There's, like, a little study area and a small kitchenette. It's small, but, like, cozy and a little cozy, that's probably the best word for it. Probably not what most people you would expect from a prince. It does just look like a commoner's apartment, but, like, maybe a little nicer, but... yeah, I will say though, it is very messy. It does seem like Atja, the last time he was here, he was in a hurry and going through his things, so there are just like papers and books kind of scattered around the tables. And specifically, yeah. And there aren't like clothes everywhere or anything, but there are a couple spare cloaks around. Like one that's draped over the back of a chair in front of a desk, one that's lying on a different chair. He has many cloaks, and most of them are all some shade of blue.
Recently, does it look like he was last year?
Go ahead and roll me, I'd say insight for that.
I'm guessing you'd like us to roll investigation?
Yes,
for looking around the room?
Yeah, for looking around the room, roll investigation. For just getting a sense of the last time he was here, I'd say that's insight. Alright, so for Voss, kind of getting a sense of when he was last here, it does look like he was here recently. What you can probably assume is maybe this morning before the festival. It doesn't look like he's been here since the last time you all saw him.
Judge don't know what he was wearing.
What he was wearing when you all last saw him, he was wearing one of those bright blue cloaks, kind of like ceremonial robes, and the white gloves that you all saw him with.
Did he look like he was dressed for anything in particular, or just for the festival itself?
Just for the festival itself. It didn't look like he was preparing for anything besides just a lot of walking around and important ceremony shit. Okay. So go ahead for investigation. Did you want to roll investigation as well, Joey?
Sure.
Yeah.
10.
Alright. Okay. Alright, let me check real quick. Okay. So, Isha, you are quite experienced, as you mentioned, library nerd moment. You spend a lot of your spare time in the library going through just piles and piles of books and papers. This is second nature to you. So the first thing that you find, kind of buried a little bit under a few different pieces of paper, is what seems to be a journal. It's this thick, leather-bound tome with kind of yellowing parchment tied off with twine. Opening it up and taking a glance inside, you can see it is Atja's personal journal. It looks like it's about halfway through, it goes back about 2 trine. And quickly skimming through it, you see in one of the earliest entries, he is talking about essentially just work. Like, he's not talking about himself or his personal feelings all that much. He's mainly just talking about his work as the overseer of Serenah. Like, watching over, like, essentially overseeing the day-to-day in the district, the market districts, handling any disputes that might be coming up, just keeping the city running. And skimming through, and then looking at the latest entry, you can see he is talking, the latest entry is a lot shorter. He mentions that he spoke with Elder Lindo again, and he's very nervous about something. He's not sure if they're making the right decision, but he knows they have to do what's best for the clan. And then at the end he mentions, at the very least, it'll be nice to see my friends again.
And
And if-
Isha will bring attention to this to everyone.
Yeah, and I will say, if you want to look closer through the journal, you can. That will just be an additional roll.
Absolutely. Or I'll even sacrifice Isha looking for anything else and just say this 22 is just for this journal and let other people find stuff.
Yeah, and before you go into that, I'll also go into what Catherine finds. Yeah, Catherine, looking around in general. Catherine, your attention is kind of caught on that cloak on the back of the chair. It's kind of innocuous, but you notice that it's very different from the one that he was wearing today. It's a lot darker, and when you touch it, it feels... I don't exactly know the word that Catherine might use for this, but considering she has studied magic quite a bit, there is something about this that feels vaguely magical when she touches it. And if you want to look closer at that, you can roll an Arcana. And then, looking through, Termal, Tamid, and Voss, while you are all kind of looking around in general, let's see, not the same amount. Okay. Yeah. So Tamid, what you find that's open on one of the desks, you find what seems to be a textbook. A textbook going over the different kinds of magic at use in Thra. You can see at a glance, it is full of annotations from Atja as if he's been studying it.
Okay.
And then for Voss and Termal, you don't find a lot of particulars, but you do both kind of get a glimpse of what seem to be ledgers. They're not very neatly put away. They are kind of scattered around, but ledgers from his work as an overseer, like the financials for the market district and all the merchants, funding requests for construction projects, that sort of thing.
Can I see if in this it will make mention of the portals, at least the one that he used, and to see if there's more of it like that?
You don't see any mention of anything like that. That doesn't come up. It doesn't seem like that's... If that is something Atja knew about, it's not something that was discussed in these documents. And then, okay. Great. And now, getting back. Isha, did you want to look at the journal more before telling everyone what you read, or did you want to just go ahead and announce that?
No, I'm gonna look in the journal more first, get all the information.
Okay. So looking back at some previous entries, again, Atja really does not talk about himself all that much in these journals. He mostly focuses on the well-being of the city, occasionally conversations he's had with certain people. You do see an entry from just over a week ago where Atja mentions that his hands hurt, that his hands hurt and he feels like he should regret doing something, but he's trusting Elder Lindo. He just wishes he didn't have to wear these gloves. But he understands the importance of hiding what they're doing.
Yeah, I think after reading that, Isha will let everyone know, like, so it looks like he's been having a lot of conversations and private time with this Elder Lindo. Have any of you noticed him fidgeting with his hands?
Yes.
Yes.
Whatever's going on there, it's linked to this, showing some regret, but he's convinced that what they're doing it is for the good of the Seafen clan, whatever that may entail. Not looking good for our friendly beastmaster, I must say.
Can I, knowing Tatya for a long time, knowing the bullshit that he gets up to, can I check like floorboards and bookcases, and if there was somebody that would have bullshit hidden in his room, it would probably be Tatya.
You know what? That's fair. I'll go ahead. I'll let you roll another investigation. I will say for this one, just because you have known him so long, I'll give you advantage in that you know him well enough to have a sense of where he might be hiding something.
God damn it. There we go. Okay. 18.
Okay, alright. With 18, as you're kind of looking around, kind of feeling for like a divot that's out of place on the wall, you do find a little like hole in the wall that he hid away with part of like a tapestry. You pull it back, there is a little nook in there where there is there's a couple more journals that seem to be a bit older than the one Isha's looking at.
Okay. I take them out.
Okay. Alright.
Start parsing through them.
And I'll say, for the first one that you're skimming, kind of quickly skimming through at first, that one goes back. That one actually goes back quite a while. It looks like these are entries from a good, like, say 7 trying to go. So before he became the overseer, and then the other one that's back there is essentially anything before the past, like 2 years.
I want to go to 4 years ago.
Okay. Alright, so back to
4 years ago.
So kind of going through those entries, or looking through those entries. Similarly with what Isha was looking at, he does not write a lot about himself. But in these entries, he talks about very recently being appointed as the overseer, and there is an entry where he mentions that he is afraid of, or he mentions he's kind of afraid of his mother but more frustrated with her, and he mentions kind of offhandedly that it seems she doesn't want him to leave the city. And he does not go into it much more than that. It just seems he's very frustrated with her. But also a little afraid to confront her about that.
Did anything in particular happen 4 years ago? That was around the time that he stopped writing to Voss. So she assumed that something happened 4 years ago.
There's no mention of any specific event, but he does mention that he feels like his mother is trying to keep him in one place and keep him from talking to anyone.
But no mention about what she might be trying to stop him from mentioning.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, Parent.
One air behavior.
She'll look at Isha and the rest and very quickly just summarize. There are more journals here. Seems that the Maldra does not want him to leave. He does not say why.
Well, considering the previous heir to the Seafen clan has recently died, probably that, I would say, fair guess.
Is there a mention in the journal that you're reading that would suggest that?
He does not mention Soroya at all in the new journal that Isha's looking at.
Can can I look to see if he mentions her in the journals that I'm reading, the older ones?
Yeah, definitely in the older ones, all the ones dated from before 5 trying to go, he does mention Soroya occasionally. He talks about, it seems like at the time she was being trained to be the overseer, like that was kind of the role that she was being readied for, while he was just kind of an advisor for her. Then abruptly he stops mentioning her, but there is a mention of just, like... Okay, so there's a very short entry at about 5 trying to go, where just says, "I fear I've made a terrible decision." And then there's a gap of a couple months where he doesn't write anything, and then he continues from there.
And when do we know? We don't know when the sister died, right?
You don't know when she died. Based, like, that entry is dated around the time, from all of you, like, kind of vague world politics knowledge of around the time the whole Age of Sephens thing happened and fell apart. But, no, you don't know exactly when the sister died, and you don't know anything about it except that she's dead.
I leave the page in the passage where it says that he has made a terrible mistake, and I pass it to Isha. So she can read it as well.
Yeah, I'll read over it, compare it to the journals I'm reading. I went looking in my channels, and according to what Isha knows, it seemed like Soroya was missing recent. Is what I have.
Let me see.
So I did a quick search up and said that it was like more recent gossip.
Yeah, so it's more recent that until very recently she was not mentioned as, or she was mentioned as Madre Cadilla's heir until very recently. You don't know all that much, but recently I'd say within the last few trying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'm going to personally read over everything because I think Isha's kind of like in the process right now. Oh yeah, I'm going to dream fast with her every time we talk.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look over all the information we've gotten. That way we lessen the amount of people who have to dream fast with Madre Cadilla.
That's fair.
And then when does he mention this mistake?
He mentions it about 5 trying to go, and that does like roughly coincide with the Age of Sephens thing. And that's what you would know as, like, a major event happening in the Sifa clan at that time.
Yeah, seeing those dates line up, Isha's tail gets a little twitchy, but, you know, just kind of, like, makes a sound of, like, I guess, thank you, I'll make sure to read this over.
Any mention to the Elder in any of these journals, besides the one that Isha found?
He mentions Elder Lindo for the first time shortly after the "I made a terrible mistake" entry. It seems like around the time he's made the overseer that Elder Lindo was working with him, and he mentions like he's grateful that the Elder has been willing to guide him.
Voss looks at Termal and says, "Do you know where the Elder... What's his name?
Elder Lindo.
Lindo. Do you know where Elder Lindo works? Does he have any office or lab or place where he likes to hang out with?"
Yeah. I will say for your reference, Karma, Elder Lindo is usually, when the Omaraya is in port, he's on the Omaraya with the Mandra. And when it's not, he's usually just kind of, you wouldn't know a specific office besides that, you just know he has an office on the Omaraya.
Okay. I was about to ask.
That's fair, no, you're good.
He usually stays on the Omaraya.
And real quick, I'll also do the Arcana check for Cathin for looking at the specific weird cloak she found. So after like looking over it and kind of feeling it, you can tell this cloak is enchanted, and you do realize it is essentially. It's not essentially. It's a cloak of invisibility. So Atja just has that, but it's laying in his quarters, and he did not bring that with him today.
Once that clicks for Cathin, she's kind of like stiffens. Oh, hello, Blade. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
My boy! Yeah, look at my second one. She kind of stiffens as she realizes, oh shit, this is something really useful. And kind of picks it up and turns to the others. Atja has a cloak of invisibility, but he didn't take it with him. She's completely ignoring everything else in the trial. She just turns around and goes, look what I found!
Hey guys, look at this cool cloak.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would I know how common or rare those are?
You would have a general sense. They're not exactly rare per se, but they are not common. Like
Like uncommon.
Like uncommon, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fair.
Green loot.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not unheard of, and he's disappearing to have these talks with Lindo, probably. That does track with everything else.
And he didn't wear it today, so
So he wasn't
she
planning
very
on
heavily.
anything.
Yeah, she very heavily is like gritting her teeth as she says about my brain is all over the place. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
You're fine.
Yeah, basically gritting her teeth as she kind of says that idea, very clearly disagreeing that
Yeah.
that was ever a possibility.
Boss will look at it. Does it look like, just by looking at it, does it look like a expensive looking cloak, or does it look like a regular cloak?
It looks for the most part like a regular cloak. Unless you knew to look for the enchantment, you probably wouldn't tell at a glance that it's enchanted.
Voss will look at it and say, we should take it. It might help us. Go
Certainly
Cat
can't hurt.
looks kind of unsettled at the idea of just taking it, but she nods.
Yes. Who?
Should take it.
There's
That
no
is a-
method will take it, but we should take it.
Yeah, up to y'all.
Poor Terminal, everyone's going, ooh, who's gonna take the pretty clothes?
Who's gonna take your boyfriend's cool cloak?
Cat seems quite willing to pass this on to someone else. She does not want to take off the cloak that she currently has on.
Aw.
Yeah, that's fair. Isha will kind of put a hand on her chest. I personally do better confronting people up front about matters. I have dabbled in sneaking around, but it's not particularly my forte. So if this would better suit someone else, then perhaps they should.
Besides, it might be a little noticeable on my smaller set.
Did you cut out for a second? Okay. Did y'all hear the last part of what Cal said? Oh, I'm cutting out. Oh, Discord, no. Oh, am I back?
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Thank God. Okay. Anyway, alright. So, I'll give y'all a second. I do want to cut real quick to Tamid looking over at the magical textbook.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's open, and at a glance you can see Atja has been annotating it, like, underlining certain parts, making notes in the margin about, like, funny enough, you can see kind of, like, correcting some parts, like, say, like, underlining part of a spell and saying in the margins, like, this would work better.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Which feels very in character for him from your memory.
Yeah. Smart ass.
Yeah. And can you give me... I'll give you, insight, investigation, whichever you'd prefer, to kind of look over the annotations and kind of see if there's a trend besides him being a fucking smartass.
We'll go insight.
Okay. Alright. So I'll give this to you. This is not too difficult to notice. Most of his annotations are in the section dedicated specifically to the darkening, which, if you want real quick, you can do Arcana or History for just, like, what you would know about the darkening, and I'll give you advantage on it because you have specifically been studying a lot about, specifically, like, the magic of Thra, even though you're not a spellcaster yourself. You still there? Okay, sorry.
There we go. My mic cut out again.
Awful.
So I guess we'll go history because they're exactly the same for me. So
That's fair.
that's the nat 20.
Holy shit, okay.
I've been studying history, baby.
You are locked the fuck in, okay. Alright, so yeah, you've learned a lot.
It's not picking you up.
Oh, is it not picking me up still?
Yeah, it's not picking you up.
I'm gonna...
Damn it. No.
No, you're not gonna walk into the river. Not on my birthday. No.
No.
Maybe
Yeah, I'll say yeah, maybe check on it.
Hello, gay people.
Yeah.
Hello, there you are.
Fuck. Anyway, yeah, so you know a good bit about the darkening. You have studied this shit.
Yeah.
So you know that historically speaking, the idea was that the darkening is considered, quote, like, the absence of magic, quote unquote. Like, Thra itself, the planet is magical and vaguely sentient, and every creature on this planet has some level of magical ability. The darkening used to be considered, like, the absence of that natural magic. But in more recent understanding, you know, it's part of it, it's just essentially an umbrella term for quote-unquote dark magic. It's seen as very violent and corrosive, and it's very difficult to use because if you use it incorrectly, it can curse you and effectively rot you from the inside out. And Atja has been very heavily annotating this section.
Yeah, okay. What do his annotations, like, what are the vibes of these annotations?
It's a lot of the same as before. It seems a lot of, like, him noting parts of the theory that he thinks are incorrect. But you do see on one page, he wrote, this is very easy to find, it's a big ol' list he just wrote. He wrote a list that he titled Symptoms, ? And under it he wrote, can't feel fingers, chronic pain, always cold, hard to focus. And the writing is very shaky compared to the rest of the annotations.
I don't like that.
And if you would like to roll another Arcana or Medicine to think about if any of that sounds familiar.
Medicine, that's a 12.
And I say that doesn't sound familiar to you or any particular ailments that you might be aware of.
Yeah, that's...
And the last thing I'll say that you notice, also while kind of looking through the darkening section, there are some annotations in a different handwriting that is not Atja's that seem to be responding to some of what he's written. For the most
Okay.
part, agreeing with him.
Okay. And I don't recognize this handwriting?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
Alright. And then... Okay, so that's what you'll, that's all you can get in that textbook.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Alright. And then... Real quick, also... Just, Termal, while you were looking through the ledgers in general, are you going to keep looking after kind of just looking at, like, the ledgers of, Atja taking care of the city in general, like, running the city, or are you like, going to leave it at that, or look to see if there's anything else in this pile?
I'll keep looking through the pile.
Okay. I'll say it might take you a little bit to find this, but you will be able to find it just through looking through everything. You find a letter that it looks like Atja recently received from his mother, a little over 3 weeks ago. It seems to be responding to something that he sent her, but you don't see what he originally wrote her. It's just her response.
Okay.
And in the response, she starts by describing the diplomatic mission that she was recently on in Harar, basically just discussing a treaty with the Almadra. And then she turns to telling Atja essentially, I understand that you want to come with me on my next diplomatic venture, and the answer is still no. And what follows is a long paragraph telling him that she's not going to risk a diplomatic incident due to his theatrics and sudden desire to undermine her and think he knows what's best for everyone. And it would reflect poorly on the Sifa clan, so he will be remaining in the city. And at the very end, there is a line where she says, essentially, don't take this as an insult. Remember, I am the Madra before I am your mother, and you are a prince before you are my son. I'm just being pragmatic.
Gritting my teeth.
God. She really doesn't. She
Yeah.
really doesn't have to try hard.
We will just JFK her. That's okay.
Yeah. So that's yeah. So that's what all of that says. And then, so with the cloak, I believe it's Isha and Catherine both said they don't want to take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Tammy can have it. Okay, that's fair. All right, that might have been when my mic was Discord was cutting out.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
so
so.
that's fair. All right.
She handed it off to Tamid and just went, thank you, very quietly.
So Tammy, you just have a cloak of invisibility.
I'm sure that won't be a problem at all.
Let me get that info for you.
Visibility.
Yeah. Here you go. Alright. Alright, do you want to look for anything else in the room, or look over anything else you found more, or do you want to try to get going to potentially try to see Elder Linda's office.
I would love to go find
I think Kath will do one last check around the room in case of anything else magical.
Okay, that's fair. Alright, you can go ahead and roll me Investigation or Arcana, since you're specifically looking for anything else that might be magical.
Let me check my stats really quick. Investigation or Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're both intelligence. I'll do Arcana because she's specifically looking for magic.
Yeah. Go for it.
Fuck yeah! Dirty 20.
Oh, hell yeah,
Hell yeah.
okay.
Let's go.
Alright. Hell fucking yeah. Okay. So in one of the desk drawers, after digging around a little bit looking for anything else that might be magical, you find a rather innocuous silver ring that's has a black gemstone set in it and has some kind of... The word that's coming to mind is generic, but it kind of is just like generic Sifa iconography carved into it.
Mm-hmm.
And you pick it up, it feels warm in your hand. And so with that dirty 20, I'll just let you write on that. A glance at this, you see this ring is also enchanted. It is a ring of necrotic resistance.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
The implications.
Yeah. I would say that Kath kind of like... So instantly she like goes, oh, I found something, and then when it clicks what it is, she just kind of stops still
Oh.
Oh,
and
buddy.
looks to everyone and goes, why would Ajahn need a ring of necrotic resistance?
Well, going off a context clues, my dear, I do believe he's probably dabbling with dark magic Delia.
Our boy's doing fucked up magic.
Yeah.
Our boy's doing fucked up magic.
Let's keep this with us. I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll hold on to that one. It's not uncommon for a Vaporan to be all dolled up with a bunch of jewelry. And the Vaporans who are here know of my partial Sifa heritage, so seeing something with Sifa iconography on it wouldn't be too obscene for me to be having.
Kath nods and passes it over.
Yeah, Isha will slip that on to a finger. Or if it's meant for Sifa hands, I guess so much bigger, they'll just carefully like put it on their tail.
That's really... I did have the mental image of them putting it on the bracelet. But it's not that big.
That's not that big. That means it was like a Drenchen or Stonewood ring.
God. Anyway. Would anyone else like to look around at anything else in the room before y'all head out to go find his office?
I mean, is there anything else of importance that we could glean from here?
Yeah, like there's anything else that's... I guess it's like... Yeah, I think I'll do like a quick perception to see if there's anything else that stands out first.
That's fair.
You want me to do a perception as well?
If you like, yeah.
Join in the perception.
Alright.
Kath is sleeping, is now stressed. She's done.
That's fair.
Sure.
Okay. Alright. Does Termal want to also roll perception, or are you just like kind of raring to get going?
Just kind of ready to get going and find as soon as possible.
That's fair. Okay, for Isha, I'll say looking around one more time. Nothing else does immediately stand out to you. It does kind of feel like you've maybe found everything that might be relevant. Unless you wanted to stay and look through every single document, but it feels like
I
time...
simply do not have the time.
So yeah, it feels like time may be of the essence, especially with some of the concerning implications in what you've already read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is, like, do Atya and the Elder have, like, a meeting place in any of these documents?
Nothing is specifically described as a meeting place. But in the journal that you were looking at where he talks about working with the Elder, he does mention they would meet a lot on, like, the hill that had, where everyone had breakfast. Or mention
in a particular place, or just the hill?
Just the hill, basically. He does not go into specifics beyond that. It seems like even in his private journals, Atja does not go into a lot of specifics about anything that feels like personal or potentially, for lack of a better way to put it, incriminating.
Yeah.
Voss will look up and say, we can go to the hill, or we could try to sneak into the Elder's office aboard the ship. I say sneak because I don't think that even with the permits given to us by the Maudra, that they will want us there. Or at least he will not.
You really think we could sneak a group of our size onto a ship?
I mean,
No, but one person wearing the cloak will be able to go in.
it's a fair point.
And also grab any goodies and bring them out.
Vaz looks at Isha making that as like petty theft.
It's not stealing if it's for investigating.
It's an investigative purpose, you know. It seems like Elder Lindo is our prime suspect right now, or at least someone who knows a lot of information. I'm sure even if he's upset, the Madra will look past a few things.
Out of character, if I break into a bank and steal all their cash for an investigative purpose.
Yeah, it's totally legal.
If you have a permit from the president.
Yeah.
I would say that this is more. I would say that this is closer to like you breaking into like a military facility and stealing a nuke for investigative purposes.
Yeah, but you have a permit from the president, so it's fine, right?
Yeah, you have a permit. It's fine.
I have this permit. I have this fucking hall pass, this bathroom pass from the president to go to the toilet and take a shit in the Oval Office, and I'm gonna use that to get into Area 51 and steal an alien.
Yeah.
Listen, Isha has the ultimate defense of it, and that is, I am a minor in neurodivergent.
I'm literally a minor, and you can't yell at me.
It's only by a single try. But listen,
It's funny.
they've used it before, they will use it again.
I think worse than getting caught by, like, guards for Isha would be getting caught by fucking Ambassador Kira.
No, because they'll look at Kira and be like, I got a fucking permit, what do you
The
want?
president said I can be here.
I got permission.
Unlike you.
Unlike
Man.
you, if I wanted to, I could go into the library. Can you do that?
It's like they go to inspect it. Ma'am, this is a Chuck E. Cheese's gift card.
But Madra Critia did sign it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you see behind it is the president's signature. Okay. What?
God.
Oh.
Excellent. But yeah.
So yeah, Vaz presents these two options to everybody.
hmm And I will say, yeah, for y'all's reference in terms of like the event moving along, you will have time to go to one more location before the first like foot race starts. And that's if you care about that at all.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little difficult to think of events when
That's fair.
you know someone close to you is missing.
That's, I think, a normal response.
Yeah, I realized
Yeah.
that's a foot race.
I'm sorry to shit on your whole itinerary.
No.
But
I was expecting that. I just know from when I was talking with Cal, they were like, Isha's still gonna want to do the events. Isha doesn't fucking give a shit.
Well, because Isha's going to be going to the events in the case of looking for people acting shady in the crowd or other contestants acting shady, stuff like that.
It's
like
also kind of
Isha's
to
doing.
keep up a public appearance because,
Yeah.
like, it's probably known that Isha's here.
Yeah.
All the Vaprons know Isha's here.
All the Vapors know Isha is here.
Yeah.
And as far as you all are aware, there has been no public announcement that the prince is missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Cat. Welcome back.
Yippee. So it is up to y'all.
Isha's vote is for Master Lindo's office, and that's only because Isha's better at going through personal stuff and like private belongings than would be investigating like a natural.
That isn't such a funny way to put that.
That is incredible.
Don't worry about it. Don't
Tammin
worry
will-
about the implications.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm not.
No, we don't need to worry about that.
You know, something
Yeah.
Tammin will also, like, she will gladly go in there alone if she has to the office, because she does have the invisibility cloak.
See, Cat knows that going to the office would probably make things progress quicker, but also the thought of sending Tamid in there alone is frightening.
I will say, if this does affect anything, and this is something Termal would know, the council's office is presumably connected to the Madra's office, so you could also swing by there if you wanted to.
Oh, she's still in there.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like that's the issue. Because here's the thing, Voss asked for this permit so that we could go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
However, they're not gonna, like, if we go, like, okay, if we literally go to the office where the Madra was, which she's still gonna be there, while she's there, while the fucking guy is fully just there. Like, imagine how unhinged it would be for like the president to be like, they've kidnapped my son, and you go, all right, say less, we're gonna go get him, and in an hour they circle back and they go, hey, could you move the fuck away from the desk so I can look at it? Like, no. What are you doing? Like, I'm really not.
The Madra is probably still there, but Lindo left.
Yeah, he did go to help with the festival events.
Yeah.
From what he told
Right.
you all.
But
From what he
imagine
told us.
imagine us not using the cloak and walking back onto the ship, and instead of like going to the Madra's office, we go and investigate the rest of the ship, and then the Madra's just like, yeah, I was told by guards that you guys are here. What the fuck are you guys doing?
We're
You know?
investigating.
We're investigating the person that gives me advice. You know?
Holds out hand.
You want to see why?
God. That's true. Y'all can do the dream fasting thing anytime.
Yeah,
most
that's
part.
true.
So yeah, I think that we should go to the office, but we should not let people know that we went to the office.
I think that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Fair.
that's fair. Isha will volunteer to go, on not to like actually go into the office, but to like basically just mill about and be like, oh yeah, no, people like basically run interference if someone's to go into the office while Tom is there.
Yeah, chat people up and stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
If Aisha does say that, Captain will kind of go, I can also help distract. I can't do much, but I have a couple of spells that might help.
Aw.
Absolutely. You know, in pairs, not too big of a group, of course, but pairs should be fine.
Stop playing with the dice, Cat!
No.
She wants to roll.
She's mad at me. I'm taking the dice away from her and their tail is going nuts.
Let
there
her
you go.
participate.
How dare you?
Awful.
Well, I don't want her
Fucked
to
up.
eat them.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought this was a free country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're rock candy.
God. Anyway.
I'm eating one right now. What are you gonna do about it?
You know, I just got this brand new set of dice. They're looking kind of tasty.
I know, my dice on my desk are looking kind of.
Y'all. You do
I
need
understand.
them.
I understand the urge. However, this
We
is
have
a
plenty
cat.
spares. We have plenty of spares.
Oh my god. Anyway.
I thought
Handle chewing on a few
Also,
dice.
I'm
She
not
can't.
putting this in my mouth. These are sharp edge dice.
Good. Don't.
I'm not putting this in my
Yeah,
mouth even
there's
for a
another.
joke.
That's another reason I'm not letting her play with these. They are sharp. These are sharp
That's
edged.
fair.
Or you can
Anyway.
live. Or you could live.
Her little kitty paws would hurt.
God.
Or you could be free and
Anyway.
exercise agency.
My baby.
Anyway, my dear friends. So, going to the office is what you decided.
Yes.
Yes.
Alright. Okay. As you are making your way down to the Omaraya, leaving Atja's quarters behind, as you're passing through the city, and it seems like free time is still in full swing, but Gelflings are starting to go towards down to the market district where the race is about to start. So you can kind of just blend in with the crowd for the most part as you're moving.
Mm-hmm.
But I would, if anyone would mind, like y'all to roll me another perception check.
Yeah. Please don't fight me.
Alright. Termal and Voss, you both spot, as you're passing through the crowd, you see the Sifa captain from before, Captain Dia.
Oh.
She is in the crowd, making her way towards where the race is starting, keeping to herself. And of course, Atja is nowhere in sight.
I think Termal will split off and follow her
I will.
if no one else is.
I will grab Thermal by the arm and I will say, "We go together."
She'll just nod.
And then he'll catch Isha's eye and say, "The Captain Dia over there."
Fully turn. Fully, like, pivot. Pivots on the foot, like, was taking a step, pivot.
God.
Well, looks like we might have some time for the events after all.
God.
We all make our way to intercept the captain.
Yeah, if you'd like, you can go ahead, just intercept her.
Yeah. Tamid is pulling Tamid with them because whether or not Tamid wants to go that way, she's not letting Tamid sneak onto a boat by herself.
Yeah.
Okay.
The office can wait. We have to go attack this woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Girlfriend said no.
Exactly.
Captain dear, would you like me to take the reins on the conversation?
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Someone hold Termo back so she doesn't beat up Captain Dia.
That's what Boss is here for.
Don't beat her up until you get information, y'all.
Yeah. Such a shame that I don't have hold person. Such a shame.
Damn. It's okay. We have hold person in the form of Voss and Termal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
We have Marshall
My
hold
cat
person.
beats me up.
God.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's okay. She's strapping off now.
Aw.
You're in my space. What did you want from me?
Damn.
You feisty baby.
So are y'all trying to be subtle at all as you approach Captain Dia, or no?
I'm gonna ask you to look at Isha. Think about that question again.
Termo also cannot be subtle.
Yeah.
Except Isha's going about it in the, like, not trying to, like, not hide, but also being like, oh, Captain Sia was it? Like waving her down, like making eye contact, like, oh, I remember you. Hi, from breakfast.
As she catches sight of y'all, she visibly stops and pivots and starts walking the other direction.
Oh, this is where Isha flies up a little, just keep eyes on her, like calling out.
Of course.
Making a scene so people understand that we're trying to get the captain's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Making
No,
her
Voss,
seem rude.
Voss will start running after the captain.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
Get her.
yeah.
Get her ass.
Turmoil is also
Go.
running.
She is
Like, it
also
was
not
like a
running.
thing- Yeah, it was like a thing of like, oh, the captain would like saw them, whatever, said hi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The moment that she turns, I think Voss just looks, pivots her head at Thermal, and then just starts running.
Yeah, they both break off at the
They
at the
reach
same
understanding.
time.
Can I, to aid them, can I use Mage Hand to try and like tug at the captain's clothes? Like, I can't do anything because it can only do up to 5 pounds. But can I like tug at her clothes to essentially impose disadvantage
I'll let you do
on
that.
her? So that
I
there's
really-
disadvantage on her trying to get away.
I really thought for like 2 seconds you were about to ask if she used Magic Missile on her.
No! No, not yet.
Anyway, yeah, go ahead. You can use Mage Hand to give her disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the die, I'll grab it.
Thank you. Can you tell me what it landed on?
A 9.
Whoa.
Wow!
I know, Tonks. Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa!
Okay. Alright, so she starts running when Voss and Termal start running after her. And then Isha, like, you use Mage Hand to kind of like yank on her a little bit, and you manage to fucking trip her.
Isha just keeping in the act. Oh, like fluttering down to her, like, oh, hands on chest, like, oh, you alright, dear?
God.
Ruining this woman's existence.
Do we catch her?
Yeah, she fully trips, and y'all are able to catch up with her. She is like trying
She
to like
is on the ground. I don't think this is a hard one to catch.
she is trying to like scramble away and has her like hand on the hilt of. So like all the Siva captains carry a sword, and she has her hand on the hilt as she's trying to scramble away from you.
In order to, are there people like? Where are we? What does it look like?
So you are still in
Middle of the
public,
crowd.
yeah, and like people are stopping to stare.
I think Voss will take out the permit that I'm sure has like some sort of official sigil
Yep, it
and
does.
just unwrap.
It has the Madra's stamp on it.
Yeah, it has a Madra stamp on it, and he'll just kind of like wave it around like it's a fucking badge, and he'll be like, "Do not worry, it's Madra's business." And then, Mhm.
yeah, at that people will kind of relax and start moving on.
And then move in to the captain, seeing that her hand is on the hilt, and she'll say, "Are you sure you want to draw steel right now?"
Fuck.
Jesus.
She, still kind of kneeling there for a second, looks... Because I imagine at this point Termal has also caught up.
Isha fluttering behind both of them, but like shoulder height, just being like
And then
hands under chin, like hello.
are Tamid and Catherine that much far behind?
I'd say they ran after as all the chaos started
Yeah.
happening.
That's fair. So yeah, she kind of looks back and forth between all of you, very reluctantly takes her hand off her sword as she decides this is not a fight she's going to win.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, five versus 1 is not.
Smart choice. Yeah.
I help her up. I furl back the permit.
Mm-hmm.
I reach out a hand to grab her to help her up.
She will hesitate, but she will take your hand.
And then once she's up, just without putting too much force, I'll put my other hand kind of like on her shoulder and say, We have some questions for you, Captain.
She, no need to roll for this, she is visibly nervous and swallows and nods.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And I walk her to some, like a patio or an alleyway or something where we can just talk to her without drawing more people in.
Yeah, I'll say right now, y'all are probably around like somewhere near like the housing district. So there's like a little out of the way patio you can drag her to for a second. Just a nice little spot to sit.
Okay.
Yep.
I see a bench and I just, again, not too forcefully, just kind of set her down. Wait for us to just gather around her.
Oh god. What a fucking nightmare for this woman.
Jesus.
She did this to herself.
Yeah, like honestly.
She didn't have to run.
That's true. That's true. She really didn't have to run.
ACAB, I hate
Yeah.
cops. But she didn't have to run in this. She's the captain of this city. You know what I mean? Like,
She's the cop, honestly.
yeah, like she's like she didn't have to run in this particular scenario.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. She did not have to.
Yeah.
So this is fully on. Like, I hate to be, you know, but it's like, hey, you technically have more power here than us. So I don't know why the fuck you're so goddamn cagey.
Yeah, most of us are visitors to this city. Like,
That's true.
And once we kind of surround her, I will look at either Termel or Isha to kind of ask whatever questions they need to ask, while Voss just kind of looks around to make sure we're not being watched.
I'll go ahead. You go ahead, roll me a perception check, Joey, just for keeping an eye out to see if anyone else is coming around.
Okay.
Meanwhile...
Yeah, Isha will...
Turbo. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Turbo will just straight to the point. Where did you take Atja?
She swallows and kind of looks down, then back up at Termal, and the first words out of her mouth are, "Please don't tell the Elder."
Oh.
Oh,
Which
wow.
one? Lindo?
Fucking knew it.
Yeah, don't tell him. Don't tell him you caught me.
Oh no, we won't be. We're not reporting to him anyway. So where is Asha now? Before my friends here get a little upset, as I'm imagining Tom and Catherine are finally caught up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we're all here. We're all here. I'm imagining it as like Voss is sitting next to her on the bench, and everyone else is crowded around the bench. Yeah, and for your perception check, Joey, you don't see anyone around. It does seem like this area is pretty secluded, at least for the moment. Yeah. Dia flinches a little bit at Isha's words, and then just says, I didn't do anything to him. I just took him to the keep. I told that's where the Elder said to take it. That's all I did.
The keep? What keep? Where?
The Mariner's Keep. He just told me to take him there, and everything would be fine. I didn't do anything to him. I just took him there.
You're very nervous, my friend. Why are you nervous about having something happen? You have a race to get to soon, don't you? Do inform us post.
It's not about the race. I just She looks back at Isha, and again, no need to roll for this. Fully like desperate for a second of just, you're not reporting to Elder Lindo, right?
No.
Okay.
We're reporting to your Madra.
That's not. Yeah, realize that's not much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. We're not reporting to your boss. We're reporting to the president.
Yeah.
God. But yeah, she just sighs, shakes her head, and just says, "Look, all I know is Elder Lindo just told me I had to get him to the keep as soon as possible, and he wouldn't." And then she cuts herself off.
Nah. What? Come on now. We don't have lots of time.
Can you go ahead and give me either persuasion or intimidation, whatever you decide
Oh,
works better for how Isha...
Can I give her the help action?
Feel free, absolutely.
Yay! I'm saying this and Boss just growls.
However you decide Voss is helping Dia decide that she should be talking.
Thank you for the help. That made... It was initially, the first roll was a 15, but that's a 23.
Oh, fuck yes.
Holy fuck.
I've been rolling a lot of 18s this time.
You really... Yeah, you... Jesus fuck. Yeah. And then... Okay, here real quick.
Oh, 22, not 20.
Still insane. Okay. She stares at you for a second, and then when Voss, I'm imagining, like, grips her shoulder tighter and growls or something like that.
I think Voss looking like finishes her. By the way, with her scan, she doesn't notice anything, right?
Yeah, if you don't notice anything, as far as you can tell, you are in a very secluded area.
Okay. I think that Voss finishes scanning, looks at Captain Dio, and it's not that she does anything, is that originally the thing like that she said to her was like, "Are you sure you want to draw steel?" Think like, and seeing Voss's sword next to her, like, oh, okay, like we're about to fucking fight with swords. Captain Dio looks down from whatever her hesitancy is and sees that Voss doesn't like wears these bandages around her hands and these extremely hard callous knuckles.
Oh,
and it's like, oh my god, the sword is the better option.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. She is very aware of Voss. And then she sighs, and then she just says, "Look, I don't know anything. I just know that Elder Lindo told me to bring him to the keep, or he was going to tell..." And then she, like, again, it trails off. Before anyone else can, like, cut into her mind to say keep talking, she then just says, He was going to get me removed from my post. He told me I had to, or he was going to have the Madra strip me of my title, and I can't... And she just puts her head in her hands for a second.
And you thought that complying and putting the current only heir to the Stephen Madra title was better than going to the Madra and dream fasting with him.
She snorts when you say only heir. And then, like, immediately seems to regret it.
Oh?
And then says,
Saroya is still around.
No, she gives you kind of a weird look of, like, how do you know that, but does it no, the princess isn't around. We don't, the Madra hasn't said anything about it. She doesn't want to talk about it at all, honestly. But the prince is not her heir. That's very clear.
Well, she did a poor job of repopulating, so that's kind of her only option right now.
Jesus fuck.
Point being, whether she claims him as her emerald, he kind of is, and you still put him in harm's way instead of just going to the Madra and explaining the situation. Dream fasting, prove it.
He's not in harm's way. They're not going to hurt him.
No, but you did make him disappear on a very special, important day. That's supposed to be about unifying after the whole Age of Seafens incident.
Isha, can you roll me insight real quick?
Absolutely.
Or actually, anyone who would like to roll insight, go ahead.
Hell yeah.
Yes, please.
Guys are angry at me right now.
There's so
Yeah,
many.
me too.
Nat fucking 20, holy shit.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, so Isha and Vaz, you both clock this immediately. When Isha says the words Age of Seafins, Captain Dia visibly flinches for a second.
Oh.
And she just shakes her head. This whole conversation, she has just seemed terrified and stressed. But not, it seems, about the idea of y'all doing bodily harm to her or anything like that. It's the idea of the Madra or Elder Lindo finding out that about anything seems to be the issue.
Vas will just say, especially in regards to that earlier retort, you used the Madra's name as a reason to get the prince away. You already failed at your job just by doing that.
I'm just doing what Elder Lindo told me I'm supposed to do. That's it.
Well, he's made you a scapegoat, dear.
Right, I'm seeing that now.
So, I suggest you come with us to Almadra's office and tell her what dear Elder Lindo is having you do exactly.
I have a question, Xavier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is this keep? Is it in the city?
Oh yeah,
It's
so
on the Mariners.
what she's referring is the Mariners Keep. That is on the map. Let me get that pulled up again. It's in the southeast, in like the very bottom right corner. The Mariners
It's
Keep.
out of the city.
It's like technically just barely within city limits.
Oh, so it's in
Very
the
outer
okay.
edge.
So we
Yeah.
could go there. We could go there.
You could easily go there, yeah. The Mariners Keep is that is the, as you can imagine, it's the personal quarters of the Mariner, and for the most part, only she and her guards are allowed there.
Good thing we have one of her guards.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing you've got one.
I
Yeah.
hell yeah.
What? I want to ask Captain Leo. The passageway that you used before, are there more like that around here?
She nods. There are some. Elder Lindo wanted to make sure that we had enough to get the prince where he needed to be without anyone noticing.
Do they all go to the same location?
Not all of them, no.
Which ones do? And
She-
I pull out. I'm assuming we have a map, if you'll allow it.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yeah.
And I wonder
Forest map.
because if on the way from here to the Madra she gets sniped and murdered, James style, I want to have a know-how on how to get to this fucking location.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. If you hand her a map, she will consider for a moment. And then very timidly ask if any of you have a pen or anything she can write with.
Isha will pull out their little pencil and such. And I will be back. I got it.
No problem. Yeah, she will go ahead and...
Here, Carl, it's your birthday.
Yeah, she will go ahead and notate location. Well, she thinks for a second as she starts notating some spots on the map where she says there will be other portals, and then where, if she remembers right, where they go. And as she writes, she does, again, very timidly admit that she doesn't know she remembers exactly for sure where all of them are supposed to go.
Very well. We might not need them
You might not.
if you cooperate.
And at the if you cooperate, she just tenses and nods. She doesn't really have a choice here not to cooperate.
Yeah.
I will say, seeing as like, if we are finished questioning her,
Mm-hmm.
it's the first time that Vaz has shown an outward emotion,
Mm-hmm.
and in this case, they're very visibly disappointed. She'll say, "It's unfortunate, Captain. I was hoping that you were more honorable."
What do you mean?
You have placed your ward in direct conflict and harm's way because you cannot see what is right in front of you.
Get her
Your
ass.
desperation reeks it. You have let greed surmount your purpose.
I know I was starting to get hungry.
Shame. She gets up.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I mean, this entire conversation, Captain Dia has been incredibly just ashamed and scared. But, yeah, even more so with that, but... and as Vaz gets up, she just she stays there, head in her hands.
And then we'll wait for God, but I think at that point, we just walk her to the ship.
I say so, yeah, you all can get going.
I am here.
As the interrogation comes to an end, that is going to be when y'all hear a bell in the distance announcing the end of like the quote unquote like the free time block, and the start of the first race, the running of the wind sifters, and urging participants to go ahead and meet. I'm sure exactly where they. Yeah. And urging the participants to go meet in the market district to then run to the lighthouse. So that is where people will be gathering.
Do we know if the... Oh my God, why do I keep forgetting his name? The councilman, the elder? Elder.
Lindo.
Lindo. Do we know if he has to be at the events?
You'd presume so. It does seem like the other two councilmen, Septon and Pembra, are handling most of it, but he did tell you all that he is going to be assisting them.
I think since the office is in the same place that we're taking Captain Dio, I think it would behoove us to, before getting on the ship, like before even being anywhere near the ship, Tamet puts on the cloak and just splits off from us and just goes into the office while we like take Captain Dio into custody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fair. That would.
And then that way the guards, and then that way like we're close by, but like it doesn't look like anything's out of place. You know?
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
It's also like I have a sneaking suspicion that if we go after dealing with Captain Dio, whatever incriminating evidence is just gonna be gone from that office.
Perhaps.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, fair.
So maybe before we like pull the wool from people's eyes, we do a little bit more if we can milk it.
Yeah, that's fair. Good thinking.
Some
Right.
digging.
And since it is getting to about 2 p.m. our time, I wanted to go ahead and ask y'all, do you want to keep going, or do you want to go ahead and call it for now? And then continue when we have the chance.
Well, I just ate, so I was really dying in the beginning.
That's fair. I'm so sorry.
I'm on the opposite end of that. Like, I just went and grabbed some granola bars because I was like, oh, I'm starting to be hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay to keep going, but we shall see.
Yeah.
What everybody else can do.
Yeah, for Para, Karma, and Jamie, how are y'all feeling?
I'm perfectly fine with going if everyone else is.
I
might go
personally.
see-
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if we do end up keeping going, I might go see if we have like granola or a trail mix or something, so that I can snack for a second. But
That's fair. Yeah.
I'm personally feeling okay. I have already eaten. It's just that I may need to keep stepping away as it gets closer to when my brother needs to sleep.
That's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to check in real quick.
Yay!
yeah,
Right. And then I'm actually going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then yeah.
I was actually about to ask if we wanted, for those who need food, to take a quick, like,
Yeah, take a quick break.
Yeah.
take a quick 5 to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
idea.
Good idea.
Cool.
Alright. And I'm gonna stop this first chunk of the recording.
yeah.
I'm starting the recording again. Alright.
Whee!
Alright. Well, it's fine.
Don't worry about it.
For the recording's benefit, Cal just said in the chat, why are all my pirate-adjacent campaigns I'm playing a cop?
Yeah, because Karma and I, in the other campaign, our characters are cops, essentially. They're like
To
mercenary
be fair,
cops.
that might be changing soon.
True, we all have been like, going, man, we just want a pirate ship.
Well,
Man.
we have also been going, damn, government sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyway. Alright, as y'all are crossing over the, like, big ol' bridge in the middle of Serenade that connects the housing district to the market district, about halfway through... actually, so let me get a sense, like, what's the walking order here? Who is holding on to Captain Dia, basically?
Probably boss.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
probably boss in turn.
Yeah, probably boss.
Fair enough, okay. Also, Jamie, can you tell Casper I love her?
Cas, she can hear you. Xavier loves you, Casper.
Baby.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah, okay. About halfway down. About halfway up. Oh my god, baby!
Oh my god, give her a kiss for me.
Little creature.
Sure.
Oh.
Animal.
Distraction.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. This is
I've been
perfect. This
distracting us constantly.
is about her.
Yeah. The cats come first.
Anyway, yeah. About halfway down, Dia is going to attempt to break away from Voss and jump the bridge into the water.
Oh.
So,
Okay then.
Okay, so opposed athletics?
Yep, athletics. Yep, oppose athletics.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh. Mm.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Can I just say, like, not doing anything yet, because I don't think Ishok does not have the reactionary time for this.
Mm-hmm.
Isha is going to start just as Voss is trying to grab her, start flying to the side of the bridge that she's trying to jump off of. Because essentially readying, if she does like break away and start to jump, she's gonna cast Wind Lash to push her 5 feet away from them and back onto the bridge towards Fox.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that works. Alright, so she has got an 18 for her athletics.
Ew.
Whoops, I was muted. I got a
You're good.
25.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, so about halfway down, she, like, tries to duck under Voss's arm and, like, elbow her back and then dart away from her, but, does not manage to pull away. Voss easily grabs hold of her again.
We are a coward as well as dishonorable. Okay.
It's like, noted.
Yep.
Oh my god, Jamie, I love that cat. Beast. Yeah.
Drag her for filth.
Drag her for filth. And as you say that, she snaps at you that you don't know anything, but does stop trying to just get away.
Then tell us.
She keeps quiet, and no need to roll for this one. She is incredibly ashamed of herself for what that would take an insight, but just
We walk her to the office?
yeah, just walk her to the office. Yeah.
Yeah. Now more so dragging her.
I
Yeah.
think before any of this does happen, so like before we even were in clear view of the ship, I think Vaz will kind of just shoot a look at Tamid to kind of like a nod to kind of like already be invisible because, you know,
Yeah.
so that she's not seen with us as we go onto the ship itself.
Yeah. And y'all are also coming up on the, like, race goers as they're getting ready to start, and they're about to have a very clear view of all of you.
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
boy, yeah.
Tamid is going to go ahead and put the cloak on and pull the hood
Excellent.
up.
Before Tamid disappears, Kath does grab her hand and go, "Be careful,
Aww.
Oh,
No.
sweet girl.
beloved."
Alright, and as y'all are approaching the ship, Tamid, you can just go right ahead with the invisibility cloak. I will say it is not hard at all for you to just kind of like slip past the captains that are standing guard.
Yeah. I mean, they can't fucking see me.
You can just leisurely stroll onto the ship. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But as the rest of you approach, one of them will hold up a hand. I think you can probably see it on their face. They would recognize you from earlier. But they see that you're holding, or dragging along Captain Dia, and just say, "Is this for your business with the Madra?"
Yes, why else would we be here now? Please, we need to move along before she tries to make a jump again.
Damn. Alright, they will move aside then. And as y'all are going up to speak with the Madra, we'll cut to Tamid real quick. Tamid, give me an investigation to find the door to Lindo's office.
That is a flat 10.
Oh,
Fuck.
I mean, that's fine. Just to find a door.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say you would still be able to find it, it's just gonna take you a bit.
That's fair.
God. Yeah, so you do find it. I will say it is locked.
Okay. Can I lockpick it?
Yes,
Do
you
I
can go
have
ahead.
any? Fuck, yeah.
Do you have? I'm pretty.
I have a forgery kit and calligrapher's supply.
So you're not like an expert lockpick. I will give you sleight of hand to figure out how to get the lock open.
Yay! 16 plus 8. That's more than 20.
Jesus fuck. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, expert. Okay.
It's 24. Yeah.
Yeah. So you managed to get the lock open and just sidle on inside.
Yay.
And before we get into what you can find in there, we are going to cut over to the rest of the group, bringing Captain Dia before Madra Kadia, who is still in her office.
Is the Mariner there?
The Mariner is not there. No.
Okay. A lot less stress.
Mm-hmm.
And Linda, it's just the Madra.
It's just the Madra. Elder Lindo is nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
Awesome.
So Isha will do a 3 taps knock and announce that they are coming in,
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
and then give a moment of pause before opening. It's
Yep, she beckons you in, and when you open the door, she is a lot calmer than earlier, it seems. But she glances up from the document she's reading over and kind of furrows her brow when she sees Captain Dia. Says, it takes her a second, and then she says, "Wait, that's the one." Okay. Literally exactly like that. Yeah.
Yes, and we have gotten confirmation that she's been doing a little bit of dirty work under Lindo's orders, under threats of decommission.
Why would... As Kadia squints over at Captain Dia, says, "Why would Elder Lindo?" And then Dia just says, "He just told me to, or he was going to have me strip me of my title. I did what I had to do. I was just following orders." Kadia just blinks at that.
Yes, we've already done the whole rigmarole, told her that she should have just gone to you anyway and reported this, the strange business. But regardless, yes, we know where Asha's at. We don't know exactly where, but we know the location.
Okay.
He's in the Lord's keep.
Why would... She starts to kind of ask the obvious question of why would you take him there, and then she just shakes her hand, and the Madra gets to her feet and holds her hand out to Dia and says, "No, just show me. Dream fast with me." And very hesitantly, she will put her hand in Madra Kadia's, and they will dream fast. And if any of y'all want to join in, you can. You would just need to grab one of their hands and then perform an Arcana check.
Is that normal for us to do, or is that...
I mean, it would be weird.
Invitation.
It would be weird to do that uninvited, but it is something you can do.
Oh, I see. So you're saying we are physically capable of doing it.
Yes.
But it would be such a weird thing to see the president handshake, in general, and then we put our hands on top of the handshake fucking maniacs.
Because I was about to say Isha will, but as they're going to do it, they're saying out loud just to make sure they don't leave out any details.
That's fair. So it's essentially effectively the president is dragging off this suspect for a private conversation, and you are insisting on coming, but you're not announcing that you're doing it, except for Isha.
Yeah, Isha's announcing it. Isha said, "Hey, yo, I'm following."
Okay, I think Voss is just gonna stay very much present, so that once again we don't get shot James style through a window.
That's fair.
Don't be like Isha.
Don't. Okay.
You know
so
what?
Arcana?
You know what? She's gonna take a page out of Isha and Atya's book, and just very quickly see what's on her desk.
Go for it. Give me an investigation.
And do you need Arcana from me to join in this, the fucking...
Yeah. So...
Do I get advantage from her not being present in the room while this is happening?
She's still in the room, but she's not paying attention, so yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes.
That's a 19.
Okay, yeah, you got it. You're jumping into their
you
dream
saved
fast.
me? You saved me from a nat 1, dude.
Oh
my
god.
god.
And instead I got an unnatural 1.
Oh.
Oh
Oh.
no!
Oh.
I will say also, Catherine and Turbo, you two can also take a moment to look at the desk or anywhere else in the room if you'd like.
I have tapped into the phone call.
Yeah, you
I joined
actually,
the
yeah,
Zoom
it's
meeting.
not like you followed them for private conversation, it's like you just tapped their phone line.
I'm just like, hi, I'm here.
Alright, so we'll go over what you see in the dream. So, you see in the dream fast from Captain Dia, you see her... Pointedly, you don't ever see Elder Lindo directly, it seems. She doesn't show any memories of talking to him directly about anything. But you do see a memory of her reading over a series of letters that she received from him. You can probably read in the dream fast to get the vibe. Of him threatening to expose her for effectively just like embezzling like funds from the clan. But yeah, like blackmailing her, yeah. Like outlining very specific details about her activities and just ordering her to bring the prince to the Mariner's Keep on this day at this time. And saying also do whatever you have to do to get him away to this place, whatever you have to do. Except, and then but then the bottom says, except her, do whatever you have to do, but do not hurt him.
Okay.
And then,
God.
if you want to roll another Arcana to dig deeper, you can. That will alert them that you're in the call.
Oh, I want to so bad, but let me.
Do it. Why not?
Yeah, go for it.
I just rolled. Isha does not have the self-restraint.
Yeah, of course not. Why would they?
Why would they? So
Yeah.
Arcana.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is a 15.
Okay. All right. So are you pushing deeper onto Dia or Kadia? Because you can do either.
I kind of want to do Kadia the Madra again,
Mm-hmm.
just because, like, I think Isha's very much like, yeah, no, Dia is just being used, probably doesn't have any information aside from what we know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll push on Kadia.
Alright, just 1 second. As you push a little harder on Kadia, you see something that seems unrelated. You just see what seems to be a memory from her recent visit to Harar that you found out about way too late to talk to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so presumably that was on her mind. But during that visit to Harar, you see a moment of her talking with, not the Almadra directly, one of the Almadra's many advisors. And in the brief moment of you digging into her memories, you are able to catch the phrase... brain float blank for a second there. Yeah, you are able to catch just the phrase... dissolve the clan, and then abruptly Madra Kadia ends the dream fast because she has realized you are appearing.
Isha, can I do persuasion to like quickly step back and act like I was?
Go for it, yeah.
It's very obvious, like, you know, I'm trying.
Go for it.
That is a 15.
All right. Before we do that, I don't think I heard if Cathin or Termal want to take the moment to look at the desk and also investigate.
Yeah, I was going to. Just investigation check, yeah?
Yep. And I'll give you advantage like I did for Joey because she's not actively looking and will not. She's distracted. They're in a trance.
Cool. Okay, that's much better. That is a 16.
Just 16. Alright, and would you like to as well, Karma, my love?
I think Turbo won't dig through the desk, but will stand in front of it to give the others plausible deniability to walk around without being noticed.
That's fair. So just kind of maybe glancing at it at most?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay. So I'll say, just from glancing at it, Termal, you don't see anything in any particular detail, but you do see that the document that she was looking at is some kind of treaty, but you don't see any of the details. You just kind of see, the heading. And Catherine, you're taking a closer look. You can see that it's not just one document for a treaty, it's a series of drafts, it looks like. It looks like she's going over the most recent draft. They're all very long documents in very dense legalese and very specific terminology. But but looking over it quickly, you can tell that it is a treaty between the Sifa clan and the Vapor clan. And you catch the phrase, the word reparations in there several times.
Okay, alright.
And there are notes in the handwriting, and there are notes in the margins that seem to be in the Monitor's handwriting, as well as at least one other Gelfling's.
Cool.
And if you want to read closer, that would be perhaps a history or an insight to parse the very specific legalese. But looking at it now, quickly, you just see it's a lot about what the Sifa clan is doing for the Vapor clan. You do get that sense.
Gotcha. I will do a history check.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Cool. Let me just check what I would need to add to that. Also intelligence. Okay.
Yep.
It's a 10.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the specifics.
It's been a while.
Yeah, a lot of specifics in this are not things you're familiar with. Your mother would have included you on discussions of treaties with other clans, but a lot of this is stuff that would not have come up.
Yeah.
Partly because the Groton clan is so isolationist and just does not interact with the other clans all that much.
Yeah, I doubt. I saw it would have been discussed. Oh, if this comes up, no.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what you're able to glean. And then, so Madrikadia ends the dream fast and shoots Isha a look and says, "So that's the second time you've decided to overstep your boundary." Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, no.
I'm back. Hi.
There we go.
Hi.
Hi. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, so Madrikadia ends the dream fast and shoots Isha the most dirty look. And is that's the second time you've decided to push your boundary, to push your luck.
You should just tries to give the most innocent, confused look.
Oh,
God. What did you get?
Kind of standing by Termal, I don't know what you mean.
What did you get on that persuasion again? 15. She is not convinced. She is dead on glaring at you and tells you, "Stay out of my mind."
Oh.
I will not give you another warning.
It was a genuine slip. I was ensuring that Captain Dia did give all the information that she gave us.
Oh shit, who died?
No.
Uh-oh.
Jane, no. Karma, no.
No.
My girlfriend.
We lost Karma in the war.
No.
We lost Karma.
Fucked up.
Just got shot in the back of the head.
God. Yeah, that was the James style assassination.
No.
That you've been waiting for.
This is why you gotta keep an eye out. You never
Yeah.
know if James is lurking around the corner.
Gelfling James is here and he's gonna fucking take you out.
Exactly.
I did have the realization that if they existed in the same setting, Gelfling James and Termal would be co-workers.
Oh, that's true. That's
Oh
true.
hell yeah.
They would be working for the same fuck.
Yep. You'd be working for the same fuck-ass bird.
Yeah. Fucking bird.
Yeah. Well, give Karma a sec, I assume it's...
Exhaust.
sharing some canon art of the Mariner.
Oh damn.
That's also a good look at about how big the Skeksis are compared to the Gelflings.
Yeah, we're
Oh my
tiny.
God. We're little. Okay, but that art fucks though.
It does, yeah.
That's
This
so
is
cool.
this is art from one of the novels.
I don't know where this art is from. It is on one of the wikis.
Mm-hmm. I saw Karma was typing. Oh
Yeah.
god. Yeah, that's a better look at the Mariner. God.
Oh, and then there's this really cool one I found on Reddit that's someone's interpretation of Skeksaw.
Yeah, I saw
really think
that.
it's dope too.
Yeah. Her vibe if she was in any of the shows.
There's a lot of good. I'm so glad there's so much fan art of Skeksaw.
Yeah, she's the one female Skeksis. Of course she's getting attention.
Yeah.
We love an evil girl boss.
Fuck
Yes.
Yeah. Ah, she's so cool.
Yeah. The Skeksis are not feminists. I hate to say.
Sure.
I wonder if that's because, like, that means that, like, most of the Urskek were, male, biologically. Since there's so many male, like, Uru.
Maybe. Yeah, I think. Let's see. I'm so sweaty.
Oh, honey.
Vibe into the music.
Just vibing.
Just,
Oh no.
um,
Oh, Discord is being a fuck.
Discord is truly being homophobic today.
It really is.
Yeah.
And for pride, no less.
Right?
on Pride, on my
Right.
birthday.
On
Yeah.
Cal's birthday, during Pride Month, the homophobia
So
never
much
ends.
crying.
The levels of homophobia here.
Truly.
Simply rancid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fucked up. Okay. I do want to give Karma a chance to be able to get back in here before continuing on that moment, so we may just go ahead and cut to Tamid for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let you get
That's
up
a
to
good
some shit.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have found what seems to be Elder Lindo's office. There are 3 desks in here, so presumably this is where all of the council members work. All of them have to share this one space.
Okay.
I'll just give you that it may take a little bit, but you can figure out which desk is presumably his. If nothing else, because that's the one that I want to say is like he'd have pictures of his dogs, but I don't think he would.
he there's like one small doodle of like one of his dogs sitting on the desk somewhere or something.
God, or maybe there's like a bit of fur over there, and you're like, okay, that's probably where this thing was.
Yeah.
Aww.
There's like some sort of dogness happening in that general.
Kill a dog.
Do those dogs have the signature wet dog smell as well?
I think they do, but they have it all the time.
Yeah.
24/7.
You cannot ignore that smell.
Alright, so, Elder Lindo's desk is incredibly neat and orderly. There's a few drawers, there are some papers on top of it, but it's all very neatly sorted, unlike Atja's apartment.
Yeah, that's fair.
So,
Okay.
go ahead and give me investigation for looking through it.
That is a 12.
Okay. Alright. Okay, let me... Right. The first thing that you find kind of digging through here, up on the top, is a series of letters between Atja and Lindo. For the most part, it's you're just seeing like Atja's responses, but you do also see, Lindo has like copies of some of his letters as well. Point is just communications between them.
Okay.
The oldest one is from seemingly shortly after Lindo was appointed 5 Trine ago. It's mostly just talking about upcoming construction projects, like expanding the housing district, other situations like that, like public works things, discussing proposals they'll be submitting to the Madra for approval for funding. And then at the end of that first communication, he asks about Soroya. And he says, "My prince, I don't want to make any untoward assumptions, but I'm very concerned because it seems ever since the princess disappeared from the public eye, your mother has been pretending she does not have a daughter, and I would like to know if everything is alright."
Yeah, okay.
And then, in Atja's immediate reply, you can read that in full. For the most part, he just replies to like the work stuff, the plans for the city. But at the end, Atja does just explain, my sister was found to have been planning a coup against our mother, and in the aftermath, unfortunately, she has passed away.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
you keep reading from there, you can just keep going. You see, like, Lindo kind of prods a little bit for more information, and Atja does end up just outright saying it, that it was like asking Lindo not to tell anyone about this, but he says that there was a confrontation, and he and his sister fought, and he was the one who killed her.
Okay.
And his mother has ordered him to not speak of it to anyone. So he asks Elder Lindo again, please do not tell anyone that I shared this with you.
Yeah, okay. That does confirm, or I guess make sense of one of those visions.
Yeah. And in the next letter, Lindo essentially said, like, thanks him for telling him that, and says, like, I'm sorry you've had to share such a terrible burden, or keep such a terrible burden to yourself. But you shouldn't blame yourself. You did what you had to protect your family. your mother is placing the blame on the wrong Gelfling in this situation. And then throughout the rest of the letters after that, there's a lot of moments of Lindo seemingly, like, not outright saying that her judgment is, like, that she's wrong or that she has poor judgment, but very heavily implying it.
Alright.
And Atja ends up venting to him a lot in these letters, a lot more than y'all saw in the journals. He's frustrated, he feels alone and sad and scared, he doesn't know what to do, and Lindo is seemingly comforting him and suggesting a solution if he's willing to meet him in person to discuss it.
Okay.
And then the most recent letter from Atja is, again, in the kind of shakier handwriting from in the textbook, where Atja asks if he has to wear the gloves, because his hands hurt all the time, but the gloves make it worse. And he knows they have to hide it, but he wants to know if there's another way. And it doesn't seem like Lindo has replied to that yet.
Yeah, okay. Motherfucker's fucking with the darkness. This...
God.
Yeah, okay. Can I look through the drawers?
Yeah, go right ahead. Give me another investigation.
Absolutely. That is a 17.
Alright, okay. So the first thing you find in the drawer is two more documents. One of them is another series of letters, but these are like drafts of letters, it seems, sent to Captain Dia. It's a lot of what the others found out. It's just like blackmail.
Yeah.
Threatening to expose her for embezzlement and listing very specific evidence that Lindo has. Also threatening to expose her for an affair she had with a Vapor noble. It's a lot of, like, just airing out all of her dirty laundry.
Yeah, okay. I have so much dirty laundry on you, and I can fuck up your life, yeah.
You can, yeah, exactly. And now you have it.
And now I have it.
And you can walk into the office and she can say, you cheated on your wife?
You cheated on your wife.
Yeah, and then, just blackmail and telling her that she had, if he doesn't want, just blackmail, that sort of thing. Yeah. Then the other document you find is a report that Elder Lindo wrote for someone named Skektek.
Okay.
And he's talking about his Rakitas that you see in the doc. He is talking about the Rakitas. And there is a list of symptoms under each one's name, very similar to the list that Atja wrote, describing signs of pain, muscle spasms, increased aggression for some of them. And it seems like this is he doesn't describe his methods, but this is some kind of experiment he has been performing with the Rakitas to make them more docile. And this began just over, essentially, a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
And on the last page, it mentions that there are currently 3 Rakitas that he lists as being a great success, and says the creatures are perfectly docile unless commanded by him.
Okay.
Although he notes with some disappointment that they don't seem to do anything if he does not command them to directly.
Yeah.
And then, under those documents, you find, you find a ring, just a ring sitting there at the bottom of the drawer.
Okay. I'm gonna steal that ring.
Yeah, go for it. You can, yeah.
That's just mine now. I'll ask one of the magic users if it's magical later, but I feel like it probably is.
Yeah. Maybe. You can just scoop that up and take it. It's yours now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna scoop it up and take it.
Yep, that's yours.
That's mine now.
Yep. Alright, is there anything else you want to look for, or investigate on the desk? There are a couple other drawers as well.
Yeah, I'll look at the other drawers as well.
Okay.
I'm trying to get as much information as humanly possible from this.
Yep, I'll go ahead. I'll give you, just running off that last investigation check. In another one of the drawers, you find a bunch of what seem to be like half-written scrolls. You're not a spellcaster, but you have learned a lot about magic, so you can vaguely recognize they are spell scrolls. But they are half-finished, and it looks like he started on them and then gave up and just put them in the drawer. As if he was trying to create spell scrolls and failing.
Okay. Interesting.
It's Cal and Kara in the chat calling him a loser.
Loser.
Skill
Deserved.
It's what he deserves.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then the last thing that you find of note is what seems to be a letter between him and the Mariner.
Okay.
And it's very vague what he wrote to her, or what she wrote back, and both of them are being very vague. It's seemingly talking in code. And Lindo says that the prince would be a suitable choice for what we have discussed. That's the basic gist of it.
Yeah.
And then also the Mariner then saying, "Do what you will, but leave my name out of it. No one knows I was involved."
Killing her.
Interesting.
Not Aurora the Mariner.
Alright. And then digging through the other drawers, it's just random like ledgers and documents from his work as advisor to the Overseer. Oh,
Yeah.
Aurora, she's baby.
Aurora!
Big baby.
As a baby.
A big baby. He needs attention on her all the time.
Alright. Right, so yeah, it's nothing else seems to be of interest in the rest of the desk.
Okay. Is there anything else in, like, his space that I can look into?
He does have a cloak draped over the chair as well, similar to an Atja's quarters.
Okay.
If you want to take a closer look at that, you can. But I will say, when you touch it immediately, it doesn't feel like the invisibility cloak that Catherine had found.
Yeah, okay. I will not worry about that then if it doesn't feel like the cloak
Yeah.
that I'm currently wearing.
Yeah, that you've currently got on.
Plus, I feel like he'll notice if I try to steal his cloak much more than he might notice this ring.
Yeah. It's a lot bigger.
But what if it's his favorite ring? I'm kidding.
Even if it's his favorite ring, if it's in his, like, hidden drawer, like, his drawer that...
He wasn't using it.
I just feel like he's not going to... Either he's not going to report it as stolen, or he's not going to necessarily notice that it's gone. At least not as immediately as he would this cloak.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yes.
Alright.
She'd be so pretty if she wasn't a bitch.
Yeah.
As Cal has said many times, since every time I show her to them.
It's true, she'll be a beautiful corpse.